I had a triple bottom on the spy with a fallen wedge out of a snake this morning. Disney's up. They said Disney would turn around when Bob Iger took over. And they didn't do it. Disney CEO says not seeing any macro weakness in parks, including internationally. Disney CEO says AI is a potential driver of improved returns over time. Fubo TV loses 500 subscribers, 500,000. So now we got the 9 for support. On SPX. Yeah, 2 dojis right now on the 5-minute. I can definitely see a market overextended. I like it on the 1 minute, the 100, and we're still above the 9 on the 1 minute on the SPY. There's the VWAP on the 5 minute or the 1 minute. We got the 63 on the 1 minute holding it up.
your first place. Experts agree.
I'm going to make a phone call real fast. And I'll be right back.
And you still see it going higher. Sounds like a lot higher, not just a little.
I think it goes a lot higher. You know, 30 years ago there were dozens of companies that made disk drives. Now there's only a handful, and Seagate is, you know, really the leader there. You got
Seagate
digital,
STX,
old spinning platter, as opposed to the solid-state drives.
Yeah.
We have, and we've discussed this before. We have an insatiable desire for bandwidth and for storage, insatiable. And you know, back in the old days, we used the phrase the information superhighway back in the 90s. They don't call it that anymore, but it's the same thing. We want instantaneous downloads and uploads, and we want to store everything.
If you could keep the names right, and not you, but all of us. So let's talk about some of the other kinds of names that you like, because you see opportunity in South Korea and Taiwan. I know the semiconductors are just flying. Even today, I just saw a list of some of the semiconductors just all higher. Of course, AMD's up 20%, and Taiwan Semi, Broadcom, Qualcomm. What kind of names do you like when you say South Korea and Taiwan?
Well, EWY is the South Korea ETF.
Right.
I own that. It's just, you know, you've got SK Hynix there, you've got Samsung, and you've got a lot of other industrial companies there. So you've got Hyundai, for example, and Hyundai owns 80% of Boston Dynamics, and that's a big robotics company. So, and you know, this, I hate to bounce around too much, but what's going to happen as robots become more and more everywhere, ubiquitous, and they use a tremendous amount of sensors and semiconductors. So I like South Korea. I like Taiwan. Everything is built in Taiwan. When we're talking about all of these servers, and of course Taiwan Semi,
Taiwan?
EWT is a Taiwan ETF, and I also own that.
Yeah, because EWY, I mean, 1 year is up 208%. We were talking about that at the open, just the demand that it has been seeing. EWT 1 year up 77%. When you think about the big picture and what you've been doing here for 22 years with your Kaufman report, I was looking at how many have been printed in 22 years, and you haven't seen the Knicks win. You're hoping the Knicks might win.
I'm saying the Knicks will win.
He says the Knicks will win. New York Knicks, let's go. You know, some final big picture thoughts. I mean, we had a guest today who said if the Iran deal goes through here, we could see 8,600 on the S&P by the end of the year. What say you?
Well, you know, I'm not going to make an end of the year. The price talk, I'm super bullish.
Super bullish.
Iran deal, yes or no, in the short term will affect us, but longer term, you know, one of the things I've said for quite a while is that our companies are amazing, and I use the way they handled tariffs relative to supply chains as an indicator of that. I think the world is going to adapt and try and move away from the Strait of Hormuz. It's not going to happen immediately, but they will not allow themselves to have that bottleneck in the future. And I think that what's happened in Iran is wonderful for the global economy longer term. So 8,000, I'd be happy to see it this year. Using Seagate and SanDisk as examples of why price targets are difficult.
Yeah.
But I'm very bullish.
So you're telling people, don't pull out, right?
Absolutely.
You don't want them to get out of the market and take money.
Absolutely.
You want them to stay in the market.
That's correct.
Wayne Kaufman, it's great to see you. I'm glad you were here today. Great call there on Seagate. I'm glad we got to run through that once again. And the tremendous demand that we're seeing in the AI cycle and semis and so on. Thank you, Wayne Kaufman, Chief Market Analyst at Phoenix Financial Services. Thank you. Coming up, key levels to watch, charts to watch. Kevin Green is standing by because it's a record-setting day on Wall Street. We'll be right back.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Jenny Horn. We go beyond the headlines, tracking the trends, sector moves, and fundamentals shaping the markets in real time. This is Schwab Network. Subscribe at schwabnetwork.com.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Opening Bell. Wanted to look at the key levels to watch. Kevin Green's been all over it. We don't let him rest for a second. Senior markets correspondent, I know you're watching this. I mean, I thought 7,300 was pretty cool when I saw it with my own eyes. Check on the big board. There are moments on Wall Street over my many decades here at this point that sort of always stick in my mind. And I think that 7,300 will make a difference for me, particularly with all the worries that we've had over the last couple of years and all the resistance to the market. I mean, we saw the resistance and the resilience of this market. Kevin?
Yeah, I would agree with you. 7,300 is actually very key. And if you actually look at a longer term time frame chart, you could say that this is an upper end of resistance level that has been put in place for the last 7 to 8 years or so. But for now, Nicole, we are above 7,300. And if you're looking at the flows for today, you're looking at the upside. 7,350 is your major area of resistance here. That's where we're seeing the majority of the calls being transacted this morning. And if you're looking at your first area of support, it's going to be 7,300. If you break below that, 7,270, but you continue to see puts being rolled up in this market as we continue to see optimism, not only because of the geopolitical risk that might be brought back down or tensions might be easing here, according to the reports, but also because of the earnings announcements. The AI theme is really driving a lot of stocks, not only just in the technology sector, but also when you're looking at industrials, if you're looking at the material stocks in some pockets, especially if you're looking at lithium, as well as others. So this is actually a really decent day to start off here. We have about 62% of the stocks in the S&P 500 in the green so far here today. And the market breadth is looking relatively healthy. You do only have 3 sectors in the red right now. Energy, rightfully so. You're seeing crude oil move to the downside. Utilities, as well as healthcare, for the most part, it's actually trading a little bit flat. So pretty decent day. Let's see if the news headlines are going to actually confirm some of this conversation, Nicole. I don't want to dampen some of the optimism, but we have seen this movie before. About 2 or 3 weeks ago, we talked about the Strait of Hormuz being open, and it only took about 5 or 6 hours for that narrative to kind of shift. So hopefully we get a deal, but if we do not, it seems like the market's still looking for that optimism, still trading on that AI theme to really kind of backfill some of the geopolitical risks that we might see in the future.
Look, I mean, to your point, there's been depletion of reserves. The supply chain is disrupted. You have infrastructure in the Gulf states that has to be repaired. While things may come down or go in the direction of where people want it, to your point, just doesn't go down and stay there. All right, quick on diesel, please.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Nicole. Look, usually we see prices ratcheting up to the upside, especially when you're looking at retail gasoline and diesel, and then it slowly comes back to the downside and rebuilding some of the infrastructure that has been damaged will take a little bit of time. And then also the war risk premium within the Strait of Hormuz, those insurance companies probably will still have elevated premiums for a sustainable amount of time as well. But if we're looking at diesel, we're still in that bull flag pattern. I think this is actually very key. Look at where this candle is sitting at right now, the 50-day moving average. I brought up the Strait of Hormuz and how it was going to be open about 2.5, 3 weeks ago, and we closed the week at that 50-day moving average, and we did move back to the upside of the area of resistance for this flag. We are basically testing it again. We're testing the upper end of resistance earlier in today's trading session. MACD is still flattening out here. Even though we have the headlines, the technical trend for diesel, at least for now, is still bullish. You gotta break below that 50. You gotta break below $3.20 and close below it in order to try to get some of these longs out of this market.
All right, thank you so much, Kevin Green. Great to see you. Appreciate it. Let's have our market meetup panel, Alex Coffey and George Zillis. Alex, some of your quick thoughts here.
Yeah, earnings continue to drive this market higher, Nicole, over 80% beat rate. Earnings growth is still about 2 times what the expectations were coming into this earnings season. Low kind of teens, 12-ish% range. They're still over 25% so far. Average one-day price reaction is still positive by about 0.4%, which goes to show earnings have been not only accretive to valuations, but absolutely accretive to the actual price of these stocks as they continue to move in a positive direction for the most part every time we hear from them.
And what are your thoughts, George? I know you're looking at a few things, including jobs and such, but feel free to elaborate.
Well, I mean, if you look at the ADP numbers just from the jobs, the number came in at 109 versus the 118 forecast. So again, a little bit light, but nonetheless still better than last month, 61,000. But if you look at, the actual payroll numbers that are expected, very low at 73,000. So that's a very low bar. It could beat. I think the geopolitical risks are abating. That's helping the catalyst of the overall market. But within the market context, there's this small group again of stocks. Lam Research, Applied Materials, AMD, which had a very, very nice report, gapping to the upside, really carrying the semiconductor
New high
to the upside. But within that context, you look around and there's some red, and that includes some big names. Microsoft is down, Meta Platforms, looking at Amazon just barely flat to slightly higher right now, as well as, again, some of the other software names still to the downside along with crude oil. So it's very uneven in the technology stack, but right now, obviously, fixed investment spending is in hardware. If you look at Lumentum, still higher. ANET actually is dipping to the downside today, at least so far. Corning back to the upside based on a deal with NVIDIA. So very hardware-specific names are still carrying this market. And overall, the breadth seems to be improving.
SPY just hit the 200.
Nonetheless, again, some of the software names are still weak.
Energy and utilities.
Tweezer bottom.
Materials, tech, industrials.
On the 1 minute.
It's across the board, not the Dow, but the Russell, the NASDAQ, the S&P, the stocks. Earnings have come in. We've talked about double-digit growth for earnings again for the 6th quarter in a row.
Again.
While we are worrying, you could say we're climbing the wall of worry, right, Alex?
Exactly.
Final thoughts?
Yeah, you definitely can say that. And maybe there's.
You're calling it, I'm not.
What I would say though is, although it's a strong day, over 60% of the index names are higher. AMD and NVIDIA are accounting for half of the S&P's rally today, which goes to show what George is saying. Semiconductor and hardware just continue to power this rally.
A question about my Missouri first quarter. Question about my first quarter Missouri caps.
That's a big move too, 20% move. Alex Coffey, George Zillis, 7,300 on the S&P 500. You'll take that, right, folks? Thanks for being with me. I'm Nicole Pedalides here on Opening Bell. I'll see you at 2 o'clock for the watch list. Join me then. Morning Trade Live with Sam Vadas is next.
Oh, she's got your smile. Carl. Yep, your #1 broker's here to welcome your new little dependent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab now. They have everything we need all in one place.
I can set up her college fund.
I've been learning about new trading strategies.
Schwab helps me generate retirement income.
All this Schwab is everything you need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a nap?
Schwab!
Invest your way with Schwab. Schwab coaching is concepts brought to life in the real world.
Schwab coaching is learning constantly.
It's relatable, it's practical, clear, understandable, and hopefully entertaining.
Take it for what it's worth, but I think it's absolutely world class.
Schwab coaching is actionable, individualized, community, growth, and empowering.
It's really a human touch with your investing.
We have coaches who have been in the industry and around the industry for a long time.
So the nice thing about Schwab coaching is that clients get access to 9 different sets of expertise.
We want to engage with you in chat on the shows we host. We want to engage with you outside of the classes we host.
A consolidation that could add to this trade, so we shall see.
We have different formats because people learn differently at different times.
If somebody's a real bookworm, we've got courses for you to learn from. They can dig in, go at their own pace.
We have webcasts running through YouTube all day, every trading day.
We've got this ongoing 24, 25 times a year events that are making their way around the country.
So you get that opportunity to share experiences and knowledge with other traders.
They're kind of helping each other learn step by step along with the education that we provide them as well.
We're going to be able to help you regardless of where you are on that path of education.
It's really unique, not just that it exists, but that you can
There we
talk
go,
about
we're breaking it.
some hours worth of it each and every week. How incredible is that? And it's free.
Live insights, actionable data, and market-moving analysis. Schwab Network connects the headlines to the why in real time. Watch free 24/7 at schwabnetwork.com.
Happy Hump Day Wednesday. Welcome to Morning Trade Live. I'm Sam Bartas, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. We have plenty to hit on, both here and abroad, over the next hour. Here is a look at what is coming up. We will dive into developments from the Middle East and discuss how the US economy and consumer have stayed resilient through volatile times. And over the next hour, we'll have example trades for AMD and AppLovin. AMD soaring today after a big earnings report yesterday afternoon, a blowout quarter, and we'll preview AppLovin's earnings, which we'll be reporting later today after the bell as well. Let's take a look at where markets stand, because it is that AMD story and the broader tech trade that is propelling stocks to fresh highs again this morning. The S&P 500 up 0.8. We're at 73.19 right now on the index. The Nasdaq 100 powering ahead to the tune of 1.2%, thanks to obviously what we're seeing across the semiconductor chip trade this morning. Very much taking us higher today. The Dow Jones putting on 520 or so points right now, up 1%, and the Russell 2000 also up 0.5% as we stand. And it comes, of course, as oil has retreated. We've seen yields backing off as well, and the Dixie has softened this morning. Let's take a look at foreign markets, see how they've reacted to this news. There's a lot of optimism around the potential for nearing an agreement and a deal with Iran and an end to the war soon. That is per reporting by Axios this morning, and that is very much continuing to put the wind in the sails of foreign markets as well. The FTSE out in London putting on 2%. The German DAX putting on a similar amount as well. The Nikkei 225 out in Japan, still out of action for a market holiday. We'll be back to trade tomorrow, but for now, the Hang Seng Index rising 1.2% overnight. We'll talk about some of the action in South Korea overnight. Stunning performance from one particular name. Let's take take a look at futures products right now because, as I mentioned, it's really the oil story and these yields are coming back off these highs that we'd seen earlier in the week. That seems to be driving stocks higher this morning. Look at that crude oil down at 6%, although suffice to say, off the session's lows. And that, of course, is coming as we have had President Trump taking to Truth Social, basically offering an off-ramp here.
I want to find out about my quarterly business tax, why my check has not been cashed yet.
Okay, check on your payment. For verification, please say or enter your 8-digit Missouri tax ID. Please say or enter your 8-digit Missouri tax ID. If you don't know it, please say or enter your social security number. I got 733934393. Is that correct?
No.
For verification, please say or enter your 8-digit Missouri tax ID. I got 473393493. Is that correct?
Yep.
Please say or enter your 5-digit zip code. Please say or enter your 5-digit zip code. I got 65801. Is that correct?
Yep.
One moment while I connect you to someone who can assist you. Your call may be recorded for quality assurance and training purposes.
Thank you for calling the Taxation Division. If you would like to receive an email message to take a 2-minute survey after the call to provide feedback, please press 1.
We are currently experiencing a high call volume. Your wait time may be longer than normal. Your call will be answered in the order posted.
All of our representatives are busy assisting other callers. Please remain on the line for the next available representative.
You are the 5th caller in the queue.
Finally.
You are the 5th caller in the queue.
A power of attorney form 2827 is required if you are calling about specific business or individual income tax account information and you are not listed in the department's records as the taxpayer, owner, officer, partner, authorized preparer, or an authorized agent. You can find form 2827 at our website at dor.mo.gov and click the Forms and Manuals tab, then enter 2827 in the search box. You may email the power of attorney to poafax@dor.mo.gov
Joby popped up.
or fax to
Damn.
573-522.
Nailed that support.
Did you know you can chat with our virtual customer assistance bot, Dora, by visiting our website at dor.mo.gov? Dora can help answer many questions. You can also access your account information, file returns, make payments, and set up payment plans at mytax.mo.gov. That's mytax.mo.gov.
You are the 5th caller in the queue.
Register now to access your account information any time of day. Visit mytax.mo.gov. That's mytax.mo.gov today to create your online portal account. certificates are available on our website at mytax.gov. That's mytax.mo.gov. You will need your Missouri ID and PIN. You can also download and submit a no tax due request form 5522. You are now fifth caller in the queue. To obtain a tax clearance or a vendor no tax due, you must first complete and submit the request for tax clearance form 943. You can access the form at dor.mo.gov and enter the form number 943 in the form search box. Register your business for a Missouri tax ID anytime at your convenience at mytax.mo.gov. That's mytax.mo.gov. Select business, then new business registration. If you would like to save your place in line and schedule a callback from a tax representative, press 1. All of our representatives. You are now fifth caller in the queue. A power of attorney form 2827 is required if you are calling about specific business or individual income tax account information and you are not listed in the department's records as the taxpayer, owner, officer, partner, authorized preparer, or an authorized agent. You can find form 2827 at our website at dor.mo.gov and click the Forms and Manuals tab, then enter 2827 in the search box. You may email the power of attorney to poafax@dor.mo.gov or fax to 573-522-6922. Did you know you can chat with our virtual customer assistance bot, Dora, by visiting our website at dor.mo.gov? Dora can help answer many questions. You can also access your account information, file returns, make payments, and set up payment plans at mytax.mo.gov. That's mytax.mo.gov.
Rather than charge surcharges like a FedEx or even a UPS for that matter, Union Pacific, CSX. Those names have been continuing to hold up, at least for now. J.B. Hunt doing the same. And then we still have that global demand picture where everybody's concerned about the logistics lines out there right now. So they're trying to get as much product as possible in order to kind of avoid maybe even further disruption. So we're holding up really well. I'm very surprised if this earnings season has been able to outpace at least the top line growth, given the street's expectations. And you'd like to continue to see that moving forward. And the commentary on the conference calls, I would say a little bit more.
Well, what I've learned from earnings have been good.
Really solid.
Yeah, I mean, even Lufthansa, which is cutting thousands of flights through to October, I mean, has managed to see a nice little rally in that stock.
IWM's at the 200.
$2 billion hit. It looks like it's hedging and raising costs to try to offset some of that as well, and that's sort of resonating with the street. So it's interesting what you're seeing as far as some of the reactions to these earnings and how they're dealing with all of this. But KG, always appreciate it. Thanks for joining us and getting us across some of these key stories for us this morning. Coming up, we will examine why the position, despite the uncertainty surrounding the Iran war and the resulting energy volatility. Morning Trade Live is back after this.
agent. You can find Form 2827 at our website at dor.mo.gov and click the Forms and Manuals tab, then enter 2827 in the search bar. You may email the power of attorney to POA.
I'm Nicole Pedalides at the New York Stock Exchange. Live interviews, market movers, and real-time coverage right from the floor. Subscribe now at schwabnetwork.com.
You can chat with our virtual customers by visiting our website at dor.mo.gov. Dora can help answer many questions. You can also access your account information,
It's where I get all your office supplies.
make payments, and set up payment
Golf
plans
balls,
at
your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Come again? Yeah, at Schwab, they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. I think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that now. Schwab.
Invest your way with Schwab.
No politics, no spin, just the market from open to close and beyond. Stream me 24/7, any screen, anywhere at schwabnetwork.com.
Back in Morning Trade Live, Educator and Corning have struck a multi-year partnership to expand U.S. manufacturing of AI infrastructure technology. As part of the deal, Corning will increase its United States-based optical technology production capacity by 10 times and expand U.S. fiber production capacity by more than 50%. Corning also said in an SEC filing that it has sold a warrant to NVIDIA to buy up to 15 million shares of its common stock at a price of $180 in connection with the partnership between those two companies. So, a nice pop for Corning this morning. Let's take a look at some of the movers and shakers here.
Jesus.
The leaders board looking like this. A lot of tech names on here, as you can see off the back of these earnings. Supermicro up 18% following its report card. AMD, we know the story there, up 16.3% right now. Lisa Su out this morning once again, confirming what we got in that report and what she laid out on that earnings call about some of that demand, particularly when it comes to the data centers as well. And Corning, as we can see here, sitting up at 8% off the back of this extended partnership with NVIDIA. So a nice day with double-digit gains and some double-digit declines heading in the other direction. As we can see here, we've got Skyworks Solutions underwater by 13.5%. Arista Networks down 13.3%. CDW Corp, though, wow, down 20% right now, getting punished on the session. All right, let's switch gears and focus more on the macro here. Joining us now is Brandon Clark, Director of Financial Planning at Clark Group Asset Management. Good morning to you, Brandon. So when we talk about this inflation shock and everything we're seeing, obviously that's really been driving the stock market as far as oil prices here, you believe it's more of a temporary energy-driven bump and not a structural issue. Walk us through that.
Absolutely. Good morning, Sam. Great to see you. Great to be back on the show. So yeah, we definitely think it's more of a near-term reacceleration. And the reason being is that it's mostly due to the energy spike and what's going on with Iran, which is hopefully starting to dissipate here. We saw oil that was around $105 a barrel yesterday, and now it's closer to the 90 range. So we are seeing a decrease there, which is a positive sign. But headline CPI at this point is still on the higher side. And that is somewhat concerning, at least temporarily. But if you take a step back and you look at what the Fed really focuses on, which is core PCE has barely moved from the month prior. And what core PCE is it excludes energy and food, which are usually very volatile. So if you kind of exclude that near-term increase and you look at the economy on a broader level, the ADP number that just came out was pretty phenomenal. And if you look at jobless claims from last week, it came in at 189,000. That's the lowest level since 1969. It's about a 5-year decade low. And so we're really in a low fire, low hire environment. Basically, companies aren't really aggressively laying people off. AI, a lot of that you would think would start to pick up the firing. It's just not happening as dramatically as I think people were anticipating, but we're also not hiring as rapidly as well. So the labor market is pretty stable even with this short-term inflation spike.
And of course, that's what's giving the Fed the headroom for now as it monitors the inflation side of the dual mandate and just how these things are going to play out. And so I heard an interesting description of this this economy this morning. Wile E. Coyote, you know, where he runs off the cliff and then he's got that puff of smoke behind him, but he's still running mid-air and he's like defying gravity. How would you characterize the economy right now, given all the data we've been getting?
I mean, look, if you look at what is driving the market and the economy, it's really strong earnings. Earnings are phenomenal. And even if you just look at what happened with AMD yesterday, it's really proving that point. If earnings weren't growing as significantly as they are right now, and you're seeing inflation tick up, and the job market was starting to, or really the unemployment number was starting to tick up, then I would
I don't know.
We are due for more volatility and the market's getting ahead of itself, but we're just not seeing that right now. So a big part is as to why.
I just don't see the inflation part. I mean, well, especially in the food department, meat hasn't changed, but chicken is half price. Eggs, I bought a dozen eggs the other day for $1. 18 of them for less than $3. They were at 12. Canned soup, I mean, I'm just all kinds of shit's dropped. My auto insurance dropped, but probably because it's a year older. I don't know. Joby had another breakout. I called that perfect support and didn't take the trade. $764 is what I had. Or $864. I thought we'd go lower, but nope. She popped today. Morgan Stanley cuts price target on Joby. Looks like I had a conference call. SPY's retesting support again. Electronic filing. File and pay business taxes online. be right back. I'm gonna go make me something to drink. I haven't took a trade yet. ACHR up again. TSM's up huge. What the heck? Got a little bit more go to the 200 or the 100. Do. Damn, bounced up. Pins is pulled back to my support. Benchmark upgrades AMC to a buy. AMC reports revenue above estimates as domestic box office jumps 22%. We got a support right at the 200 on SPY. Here comes a knife. Right at the 200 too. Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't want that one. I want AMD. May 15. AMD has to, I mean, IWM has to break. I got AMD at 450, May 8th at 140. And IWM's got to break to 63 right here. Spy boom. This market is bullish. Earnings were outstanding. They can't come up with that excuse again. Well, we got to see about earnings. Always clean. May I help you?
Missouri Department of Revenue, this is Justice. Reach out for a call back.
No, I'm fine. Yeah, I wanted to call back, yes. Hold on a second.
The reaction we're seeing right now.
Unbelievable report.
Just give me one second.
And, you know, just based on being at all-time highs and with a move like this, it's pretty difficult to look at this. And when I sent this to you a little while ago, the stock was trading about $10 higher. So what I'm really looking to do here was sell a slightly bearish iron condor for next week, selling the 380, 375 put spread, selling the 450, 455 call spread. All of this expires next week, collecting $2.50. With the stock where it is right now, pretty neutral trade. I still like it. I still love the ranges there, but I think, you know, we've got to see this stock settle in to be able to consider any sort of real next move.
Okay, we'll be watching, but suffice to say, Barclays saying one of the most interesting plays they think in the market at the moment. So, nice reaction, Scott. Got to wrap it up there. We're running out of time today, but appreciate you jumping on. Scott Bauer with us here at Prosper Trading Academy. Coming up, we'll take a closer look at the sectors on the move this morning and the international headlines impacting global markets. Morning Trade Live is back after this. Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Check. Options Corner, futures focus, technical analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves the markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. I'm Sam Bartis, coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange. It's now time to take a look at the sectors that are moving markets this morning. So Alex Coffey is joining us to do just that. Alex, obviously we know the story is coming from the tech plays, particularly off the back of AMD's earnings and some of the other headlines we're tracking around Corning, Nvidia, etc. Just walk us through your thoughts on the market an hour or so into trade.
Yeah, it's a rally that seems to be improving in terms of quality. Now, it's still very concentrated in names like Nvidia and AMD in terms of contribution. Those two names providing about 35 points of the in real time 80-point rally for the S&P 500. But earlier, it was closer to a 50-50 day. It is now a 70-30 day in terms of the number of companies in the S&P 500 that are green on the session versus red. You can start to see that heat map is slowly but surely being painted green here in real time as we continue to march to new highs. So all in all, a really strong day once again.
Yeah, new highs for the stocks, AMD, Google, Micron, just to name a few. Just walk us through the semis because that's been such an interesting trade. Seeing some softness in memory, which is interesting. I see the journal's out with a piece about unsustainably high profits, but look, the spending on AI would need to fall off a cliff, basically, to dent the pricing power here. But just walk us through your thoughts on this particular part of the market.
Yeah, and this was even more green earlier in terms of the number of names that were higher, but it is improving in terms of the performance because names like Nvidia and AMD are punching above their weight, and they're already heavyweights on today's session. So you look at Broadcom, it's lower. You look at Micron, it's lower. Intel is sort of stumbling here for its recent run, but still higher on the session. NVIDIA and AMD, though, as I said, 35 points of the right now 80-point rally for the S&P 500. But Sam, this is more in the context, I think, as the compare and contrast. You really see hardware with the SOX index up something like 3%. You compare that to the software subsector. That's really where we're seeing the little weakness that there is in the market right now. But even that is starting to improve as Microsoft as well as Oracle have turned green. So software as a group is still under a little bit of pressure, Sam. But all in all, you know, it's like down 0.5% versus up 3%. Hardware is really doing more of the heavy lifting today.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be winning on the day against the softwares, but as you say, coming off the lows. Interesting, Palantir getting an upgrade from Argus. That doesn't seem to be helping the stock down. Still over 1%, although I know that's a dent when it comes to Palantir specifically. We'll get the next update from AppLovin later, but 7 out of 7 for the Mag 7 as far as green. Just walk us through anything that stands out to you about that particular cohort.
Yeah, when you look at Mag 7, the Mag 7, if index, would be up like 1.6% today, Sam, as you mentioned, 7 for 7. And you can see that also puts into context, it's outperforming the NASDAQ 100 and it's outperforming the S&P 500, that we really do have the big heavyweights carrying their weight today, and they're really powering this rally. If you were to go down the list of the biggest contributors to the rally, I said NVIDIA and AMD, and then you have Alphabet.
Right, no, 81.
Meta. So some of these big name companies.
So I got AMD at the 450. That's I just mentioned here weekly. They're at 171. They were at 180 just a second ago. Snake. Kind of looks like a wedge in a way, but not really. Kind of. Yeah, it had 16,000 contracts when I bought it. I got this alert from Vegas. Right now you're squeezing. You got a double top at the 100. And from now on, I'm going to file online if I can figure it out. I don't like waiting. Been 3 weeks since I wrote that check. Ugh. SPY has a new high, barely from the previous one. IWM hit the 200. Back to 160. MFA chart. Here's IWM getting ready to break the 200. MFA. I gotta watch IWM too. I don't want to get screwed over on this one. They got market perform on MFA, lowers price target to $10. So that don't sound good. If it doesn't hold 942, then we're probably going to drop. For some reason I got 868 alert set. Does anybody in here pay quarterly taxes? And if it doesn't hold, if 942 doesn't hold, 896. You pay quarterly on your business? You write the check or you pay it online? Because it's taking them. Oh, you pay early? Oh, God. That's a big chunk of change. I tried that one year and I said, no, I ain't going to do this no more. I had to pay like 35 grand and I said, shit. That was back when Obama taxed the out of me. So I got 896 or 942 supports. Them got a hold. I don't know if I'd jump in it right now. We hit the 200. We hit a resistance. We also hit the 200 just last week off that support level of 942. So it could be a double bottom or a triple bottom at 942 on MFA. I pay my fair share. I don't get no respect for it. Not once has anybody on welfare said, thank you, Jim. Thank you, Jim, for paying for my health care. There we go, AMD. Oh, check it out. At 183, yeah. Okay, AMD hit a resistance here. $188. La 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 la. VICTORY. IWM just hit the 200 SMA right here. Well, it hasn't gone through yet. So the 18th, that's 3 weeks. I'm about ready to give up, close down my business. Just not the same anymore as it used to be. It used to be prestigious and fun. Brutes are taking their money out of the market. Well, 3% would be sweet. Can you imagine if they only taxed us 3%, how much GDP we would have? It'd be, no, everybody would be working. There wouldn't be much welfare. Yeah, I can believe it. Obama used to say that. It's time for the rich to pay their fair share. What is, and that's the question. What is fair share? I'm watching that MFA. PLTR's pulling back. Wonder when this bearishness will stop. AMD hit the 200 and pulled back at my entry price, a little bit under it now. I sold it at 183. I got lucky. SPX, new high. And you remember there's a lot of people out there calling the Buffett warning. They used to do that years ago and people would sell their stock, but I don't think you can convince the retail trader to do that. There are some out there, though, calling a megaphone, a big old knife is what they're saying. That's what they said last weekend, and the weekend before that, and the weekend before that, and the weekend, about a month long now. But the Buffett fear indicator came on last week. Nothing else worked. Potential Middle East agreement. Do you think we could trust them? I'm not sure about that. If Pakistan's making the deal, they're probably saying, we'll load you up with nukes. We got them. I got the linear channel on MFA. It says 930 support on the linear channel on the 1 minute. Five minute was 950. Triple bottom at 950. So yeah, and it's got to break the 63 on the 5 minute. MFA. What time is it? Time for lunch, 10 o'clock. Now let's see if yesterday I tried this 10 o'clock pullback and it didn't work for me. It's working today. I thought I was onto something yesterday when I bought that put. But no, it just kept going up. It was a tough day for me yesterday. Shouldn't have been. So I think I'm gonna go make some sausage and sauerkraut for lunch. And do without the salad. Have it tonight. Two beef sausages and sauerkraut. And I've tried this crispy sauerkraut. I love it much better. Regular sauerkraut's like chewing rubber. And the crispy's not crispy. I mean, just easier to digest. So I think from now on, I'm going to be buying crispy. I'll do an info commercial on crispy sauerkraut. So we got NVIDIA 204. I called this one out yesterday, under $200. I said was a buy. If you're listening. Anybody listening? Livid Goose, are you listening? You done with your bathroom yet? Tesla, I regret not buying it at 372. Had a whole week to make my mind up. Now I know a guy that went long on the SQQQ, and he's probably hurting right now. Does you think we're going to pull back? No, he ain't hurting. I thought it was up the other day. I'm in a fat cat. So I'm in is the SQQQ. So far, he's been right. Oh my gosh. It's at a multi-year low. $46.40. That's shorting the QQQs. I used to follow I can't remember his name now. That's all he traded. That and what's the other one? The SQQQ and the what's the bullish one? TQQQ? Is that what it is? That's what I'm thinking. Yes. Okay, SPY's at support. Let's spy here. What was resistance is now support. Back at 200 SMA. Spy bounced off what was resistance is now support. The AMDs are up nice. Vegas called it. Vegas, are you listening? Pay attention. But you didn't divide. Woo! NVIDIA new high. Yippers. Same as AMD. That dip I caught on AMD a little bit ago. It's up about 80 cents. 214 now. It was 233. $135 to $215. Talk about love. Randy. Yep, let me see if there's any cleavage on today. Ooh. Intel, 111.46.
Particular trade, I think is worthwhile when you're defining risk. You've actually clipped the volatility risk. This is just pure directional behavior in the next couple of weeks and looking for this thing to kind of fade on maybe, again, a little bit of decreasing demand, if you will, for some expensive out-of-the-money calls.
All right, Rick, so let's take a look at the technical setup of this freight train as Don just described it.
Yeah, so the 90 or 190 level, right about here, would be that relevant price range here. So, and you know, when you have a very steep, very sharp upward move like this, sometimes the best you can really do is look for notable closing highs. Like, for example, here we had the 100 level, a notable high, and then we had a small gap to the upside that was opened at that level. 95 as well, high point around where we had a notable low close, and that's around where, you know, we seem to see the lows from a different session further down the road. 86 similarly, then here 68, 70 around where we saw our big gap to the upside. Again, all about the timing. Even the strongest rallies, you know, have vicious pullbacks at times here, so it's always good to you know, be prepared and be nimble with your trading. Now we can see as well 5-day EMA in dark blue, 102.50 lining up with our trend line, so could be worth watching for a potential breakdown area, kind of lining up with the strike for that trade pretty closely as well. RSI 85.5, very high level. I am noticing though a tiny bit of bearish divergence here so far. We are making a higher close, or rather we're on pace for a higher close. RSI is not making a matching high as well. It's actually a slightly lower high, so that's not really what you'd want to see if you're bullish in a situation like this. So look to see if we start to break below our price trend line and our RSI trend line concurrently for you know, perhaps a potential clue to directional bias there. Now for our volume profile, we're zoomed into the past 3 months because we had such little time to develop any nodes relative to the full chart here. So in this case, we can take a more granular look to try to find the relevant areas. In this case, around 65. Here around the 83 level or so stands out the most, and then here around 94, 93 roughly. So those would be the areas where we saw the most trading volume. Notice as well, tons of volume spikes here, so very heavy activity overall.
All right, right now that heavy activity because of these massive moves we're seeing in the last year alone, up more than 450% for Intel. Right now trading at about 111.11 today, up almost 3%. Rick, want to thank you for breaking down the technicals for us, and of course Don Kaufman, the co-founder of TheoTrade, for being with us today for the Big Three. Coming up next, we're going to spotlight Royal Philips. We'll be joined by the company's CEO to break down its latest earnings. That's all after the break. Stay with us.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
It's time for an info commercial.
I have a question for
Dad, how come Grandpa doesn't sleep with me anymore? Dad, how come Grandpa doesn't sleep with me anymore? Today's info commercial, and this is not a sponsorship, is brought to you by Libby's. Libby's, the taste of tradition, crispy sauerkraut. It has 0 fat, 0 saturated fat, 0 cholesterol, 9% sodium, protein 0, and then vitamins, calcium, it has 10 milligrams, iron, it has 0, potassium, it has 40 megagrams of potassium. Excuse me, I've been interrupted on a very important info commercial. busy right now. How may I help you?
I contacted you earlier about the cashback benefits associated with Medicare. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember it. Now I've got a supplement. If I've already got a supplement?
Based on our records, there are Medicare cashback benefits available for 2026 that apply to you in addition to your current coverage. Do you currently have Medicare Part A and B?
Yes.
Perfect. Based on your coverage, there are cashback and grocery benefits available this year. I'm connecting you with a benefits specialist who can walk you through what you qualify for. One moment. Hi, this is Zach. I'm on a recorded line. How are you today?
If it sounds like a foreigner, I'm not talking to them people. I don't know if it's true or not. You know, I get some AI woman on here. Hey, you get cash back benefits on Medicare, Part A and Part B. I don't really want to waste taxpayers' money, you understand? AMD is now at $247. I'm up $1 a contract. Unbelievable. That's what you are. Then the scammer's voice came in, exactly. Hi, my name is Alex. You ain't no Alex. You're probably from India. So, yes, back to my crispy sauerkraut commercial. Did anybody take the AMD call? Nobody? So I've got a target of 415 and then 420. They were at 243 just a moment ago. Now they're at 217. I wouldn't enter it now. Not now. You're late. Wait till it comes back and hits the 200. That's your pivot point. Right around 412.23. $5 dip. I'm going to go get my sausage and prepare for my sauerkraut. Very healthy for you. I've lost probably 15 pounds here since I've ate sardines and sauerkraut and salad. And then I'll turn around and have these chips, and that's not helping. I double invoiced one of my jobs. I gave the same invoice I gave 3 months ago. They said, "Dude, you can't use this invoice. I've already paid it." Hey, baby, you want to come over and have some sauerkraut with me, man? Coin's coming back down to a bottom. CRM has a triple bottom. We had a double bottom there yesterday. Double bottom breakout, repeat, rinse and repeat. That was a nice trade. So I got 413.34. Oh. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. I thought I lost that one. Today's delicious meal is brought to you by Washboardjim with the Libby's crispy sauerkraut, 3 tablespoons of cottage cheese, and 2, not 1, but 2 beef sausages. And that is beef, not pork, not chicken, but beef. Cooked in a George Foreman grill. That's all I use it for, is my sausages. The cottage cheese is some of the best cottage cheese out there. The sauerkraut is crispy to the touch. Leaves a nice sour taste, fermented of course, and then chased down with a sausage link. It didn't touch my support. It was at 181 and I didn't take it. Got you hungry. Who doesn't like a nice cooked sausage in a George Foreman? I was at I'm going to show a picture of this guy. I used to be a picture framer. I hope I still got it. Huh. Robert, where are you? Huh. I can't find him. I have to. Hope I still got his picture. It's got an alert. George. AMD hit my alert. Oh, excuse me. AMD hit my alert. 167. My eyes have seen the coming of the terrible swift sword. My alert was triggered where the grapes were rather stored. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Jimmy said wait for the 200. Here we are. What time is it? It's now 10:50. If you don't like sauerkraut, get the crispy. Much better. Ooh, look at that. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Duplicate. I need to put that Vegas alert in there. She's all over my ass about it. I don't know if this will be as strong as the last two were. So probably a little bitty scalp. So I finally got a hold of the IRS person. He says, you missed a payment there last year. I said, I know, my accountant's working on it. And I double filed one time before. I don't know how that happened. I know during COVID, they were all Both Missouri and federal were screwed up. Tesla's warming up. MSTR had earnings last night. Dipped on them and now bounced up with a new high and pulled back. We got a snake breakout, pulled back on AVGO. Google bounced off the 200. Hello, my name's Dolores. I took your AMD call and you keep mentioning this thing called the 200. Could you explain that to me, please? I'm new to trading and I'm a secret admirer of you on YouTube, and I got a blow-up doll that I call Jimmy, and he lays next to me at night. Oh, really? Well, that's kind of kinky, ain't it? Oh, my husband thinks it is. Well, young lady, the 200 SMA is a simple moving average that moves a little slower than your EMAs. So I use it as a reference tool for supports, pivot points, and resistance in any time frame. The professionals use the daily and the weekly and call trades off of it, like I did back when we pulled back at the beginning of this crisis, so-called crisis with Iran. And I called the reversal in the market. Fat cats used to always call out the 200 and the 50 and the 21 SMA on the daily and weekly. They don't do that anymore. CNBC used to be real good at it. They used to have a chartist, but they don't do that anymore either. They're trying to protect you. So in this case, Google, I'm using it as a support level. And we pulled down from a snake. Now, I heard you say snake before too. What is that? A snake is a knife. So you want to take your parallel vertical bars and build you a little snake here. So that's called a knife. Once the thing breaks out, you'd like to be patient with it and wait for the pullback. In this case, the 21 and the 63 EMAs were resistance levels. So we've got the 200 at support, bouncing off the snake on a 1 minute time frame. It breaks out. Hey, Jim, I'm just now noticed that the Google had a pullback out of a snake. And I said, a pullback? Yeah. So we broke out. We had an inverted hammer, and it pulled back. Now this is always say look for a pattern. This case, it was a higher low double bottom. So you got the snake breakout, pull back almost to the 200, higher low, which means it's higher than the previous low, which gives it a very good outstanding of bullishness. So as we started to pull back, do you see any candlestick in here that kind of stands out? Hello, I'm Slim. Yeah, I see a doji. You're right. We have a doji right here. We have an inverted hammer, and another inverted hammer, sometimes called a spinning top. So I get a little excited and I jump in the trade at the double bottom. Breaks out a little bit. Yeah. Then pulls back on me. These are just 1 minute candles. And it has a higher low than the previous higher low from the previous higher low. So this is what you got to do. Let's take your trend line. I'm going to show you what kind of pattern this is. Let's get rid of this. So that's your higher low, 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 higher low. Now watch this, Dolores. Can you tell me what pattern this is, baby? Hello, Fred. Jim, I got the answer to that question. That's called an ascending triangle. So you got higher lows, and you got a broadening out of a horizontal line of resistance. Once we broke the 63, you're off to the races. So where would you have took the trade? At the doji. Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. Using the bodies as an indicator, not the wicks. Using the bodies. And that created an ascending triangle, which is very bullish. Do you understand? Then we got a head and shoulders for an exit idea. Unless you think it's going to double top. Actually, it is a double top. Take the body, run it to the body. I used to do that to a girl when she'd get kind of pissed me off a little bit. She says, why do you do that? I said, because I'm Lurch. Lurch, when he got mad, he'd go, oh God, here's Bobby. Always clean with Jim. This is Jim.
Jim, this is Bobby Jakes with A&E Mechanical.
Yeah.
Robert was wanting me to get over there and change those last filters in that in building.
Oh, in the building? Okay.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, the vacant building.
Right.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
When you want to head over there?
I'm headed that way if that'll work for you.
Yeah, how many minutes?
15.
Okay, I'll be there. Okay. I'll have the door unlocked. If I beat you there, and and the bolt will be out, so all you got to do is close that bolt up when you leave.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm at
Okay, I'll catch you later.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Stop your cigarette smoking, Bobby. So you got a double top coming up for the exit idea. Or straight across horizontal on this right shoulder for an exit idea. That body right there. If that breaks that, then you got the double top on the body. So that's your resistance channel. That becomes hard. That's a double top. And it's not no double top, Jimmy. Double top's one above that. That's the right shoulder. That's a double top. I call it a double top. And then you got another double top. So you either get out at that high right there or that high. And you're ahead of the game. So you get out of the trade and everybody's going, sucking their thumb going, it's dipping on me. I got to go take care of Bobby. We have a triple top here on the SPY. In AMD, I'm in. And we got a double top right here, or a triple top. Bobby. I think they quoted the lady too high for a condenser, so I don't know if they're going to be having our business anymore. Bobby. Hello, this is Bobby. I need to change them filters out. You think I can get into the vacant building? Yes. Well, my name's Bobby. Hello, my name's Tiddalini.
There were people that were hesitant and saying it had run too far and saying the valuation was high yesterday.
Yep.
Right? Ahead of this earnings.
They said it last week.
I really spent a lot of time this morning trying to figure out what makes AMD so strong compared to NVIDIA. Let's face it, the valuation on AMD is almost lapping NVIDIA. And why? Well, I think it's the CPUs that are giving AMD a leg up on NVIDIA, at least in terms
It's the
of
share structure, you ding dong.
It's 90%. However, if they start to make way in that, I think that's what AMD seems to be having now. Remember, for a long time, their CPUs were struggling while the GPUs were growing. Now it looks like they're firing on both these cylinders, and it's a massive. Remember, the expected move was about $25. This move is more than double the expected move. Just a monster of a day for AMD.
All right, Joe, curious your take on AMD, Supermicro, the move in Corning, all of this. What's interesting to see is some of the commentary also around Supermicro from analysts, because sometimes, you know, there are some interesting headlines that come up around this one. This was, you know, very much a focus on the fundamental story here in terms of the earnings picture from here. You got Rosenblatt, who's raised their price target on Supermicro to 40. Barclays is cutting it, though. They're cutting theirs to 34, so they're neutral on this one. So you got mixed views on Supermicro. Your take when you look across the tech sector, Joe?
I'll start with Supermicro since you were kind of talking about that. I thought it was interesting with the 84-cent earnings per share beating analysts' expectations, 62 cents. That's a 35% beat we were talking about. We were talking about you know, how the market has performed in terms of you know, notable beats and year-over-year growth. There you go. There's a 35% beat right there. On top of it, revenue did come in low, $10.2 billion, quite a bit short from the $12.3 billion expected by the street. But revenue did jump 123%, excuse me, year-over-year. So, you know, I think another interesting kind of takeaway, and this is kind of, for me, it's been the story of tech, and maybe something that hasn't been talked about enough, is gross margins and improvements there. So we did see a nice jump in gross margins to 10.1% from 6.4% in SMCI. So I think that or Supermicro. So I think that that's an important takeaway. And you know, as you kind of parse through all of these the tech earnings, I think that's something that investors should be looking at. Now, if you look at AMD, as you mentioned before, Kevin kind of hit on this. I'll just give a couple takeaways there. Raising its Q2 revenue outlook to around 11.2 billion, well above consensus. These are huge numbers, and this is after they already had a 38% year-over-year gain in Q1. So, you know, right now they're hitting on all cylinders, and I think Kevin mentioned one of the reasons why, and I think that it just shows that. And you know, when we talk about NVIDIA, we're going to have to talk about the fact that it was a lone wolf for a long time, and now competitors are starting to catch up a little bit. Not to mention, hyperscalers are creating their own chips at this point. So I think that'll be an important thing heading into NVIDIA earnings. And as you mentioned, Corning, you know, 18% year-over-year increase in sales to 4.35 billion. EPS growing at about 30%. And then, you know, I think probably more importantly is the agreements that they notched with Meta and NVIDIA, and so I think that's probably given that extra leg to those shares today. So, I mean, across the board, it's really hard to find any negativity in terms of the tech. I think, you know, the only thing that you kind of have to keep your eye on is just the parabolic moves that we've had in the semiconductor index, and then maybe just you know, how those moves have taken it so far above like a 200-day moving average if you're a technician, and you just have to kind of say, you know, maybe I don't need to sell it, but maybe I should be at least adjusting my sell stops along the way as you see these huge moves.
All right, let's talk Uber. We'll get out of the tech space for a little bit here. They're revving up. That stock rallying 7%. I know investors who have been patient with this one. You had better than expected bookings there, some strength there. They beat expectations on the bottom line, miss on the top line, slight miss there on the top line. But again, that bookings was strong and the guidance looked good. Kevin, your take on Uber?
Yeah, you're right, Diane. It was the gross bookings. Remember, we covered this stock yesterday. We're looking for something between 50 billion, 50.5, and 52 or 52.5 billion. It comes in 53.7 billion. So a big number, 21% year-over-year growth. And remember, part of this is probably a relief rally out of Uber with all the deliverables that they have in the future. Right, with all the way they're transforming this company, people just want to see that they're making some progress. And I think some of this is probably a relief rally in Uber, but they're putting up good numbers. The business is still doing extremely well. People are still worried about the future when it comes to Uber and competition and what the Elon Musk world is going to do to Uber. But Uber has the app, and Uber, that mega app that they have, and their ability to keep involved in moving and mobility is going to keep them a major player in this. And I think that's what today's stock move does. It shows that they're still putting up big numbers, still the key driver right now in mobility, doing other things, getting bigger and branching out, and relieving some of the fears about the future of this company.
Yeah, delivery is the growth engine there as well. Joe, curious to know your take, because for instance, for myself as a user, I use the delivery side of Uber more than the actual, transport me around side. Your take when you look across their results, Joe?
I think a lot of people fall into that category. Granted, it's not a huge part of the overall company. I think in terms of maybe about 10% of annual sales, but it's a nice growth segment with 34% year-over-year growth in terms of revenue. So deliveries is another way, as Kevin mentioned. Concerns around Tesla making its way into the space. It's another way to diversify their product offering through Uber Eats. So I think that's interesting. I think the last thing to touch on is, and maybe we'll just talk about Disney for a second, because we had the trade on there yesterday, and Disney came through this morning with really strong numbers. Revenue 25.7 or 17 billion, up 7%, and earnings up about 8%. So that stock was trading at around 106 earlier in the morning. And I think one thing that's interesting is just kind of looking back at those trades. Kevin's trade is looking decent right now, and mine is just kind of holding on for dear life as as it starts to extend towards that break-even point. But we'll see what happens throughout the course of the week.
Well, at least it's an example trade there. So let's stay with the magic in the mouse house. We're up 7% right now, 6% right now on Disney. They had those better than expected results. It's this is a clean quarter for new CEO Josh D'Amaro. Kevin, your take. We know that there was strength in streaming here, and they needed to improve there, and it looks like they did. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it looks like all the risks, all the problems over the years from streaming are really starting to dissipate, and they finally got this major part. Think about what they've gone through the last years in terms of streaming, how much money they spent, how much money they lost, frankly. It now finally looks like they're on the other side of that, and now, if that is at least not costing them money and actually starting to make them money, it allows the rest of these parts of Disney's business to really just unleash, like experiences, the parks. They did extremely well. There are questions going forward, but the new CEO comes in, had a pretty solid quarter. Remember, this stock is still half its value from its peak. So it's got a long way to go, but it looks like Disney has put up a real good number here. And like I said, streaming, that was such a drag on this company for what seemed like forever. It looks like they're finally on the other side of that now, Diane, Joe.
Yeah, it does. I mean, they beat on the top and the bottom line. Streaming strength, they're up 10% for entertainment revenue. Parks and experiences, that showed resilience because, Joe, we talked about that yesterday. Would they be impacted by any potential pullback from the consumer? It doesn't look like that's the case. Joe, any quick final 30-second thought?
Yeah, I'll make it short and sweet. Talked about margins, right? I said that's something that I think your viewers and investors should be really paying attention to. This was the first quarter that the streaming segment crossed operating margins that exceeded 10%. So keep an eye on that margins word when you're following up on any of these reports.
All right, good stuff. We've got bull versus bear coming up. It's not just about AMD today. The guys will get their example trades put together for NVIDIA. It is also gaining some ground. We'll have more Fast Market after this break.
Richard, this place is incredible.
It's where I get all your office supplies.
Your golf balls,
Your fancy coffee, your giant TV.
it's everything in one place. It's like Schwab.
Everything investors need, all in one place.
Come again?
Yeah, at Schwab, they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
We have to buy that now.
Schwab.
Invest your way with Schwab.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Jenny Horn. We go beyond the headlines, tracking the trends, sector moves, and fundamentals shaping the markets in real time. This is Schwab Network. Subscribe at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. Shares of NVIDIA gaining ground today, though lagging some of its peers amid a broad rally we're watching in semis. Coming into today, NVIDIA was up about 10% over the past month. Solid, but it is behind rivals like AMD. The shift in the AI cycle may be to blame. Demand is moving from training to inference, and that's where CPUs and diversified chips are gaining traction. Now, NVIDIA can't ignore it. It remains central to the AI build-out and is expanding beyond chips. Today announcing a major partnership with Corning. That deal aims to scale fiber and optical connectivity, a critical piece of next-gen AI data centers powered by NVIDIA. Shares of Corning, of course, rallying on the news of the partnership with the AI heavyweight. All right, time now for the tug of war on NVIDIA. For that, let's welcome back in our co-hosts, Kevin Hinks and Joe Mazzola. It is bull versus bear time. So before we get to your example trades, we got to get each of your thoughts on NVIDIA. Joe, I'll start with you. Your take on NVIDIA.
Earnings are May 20th, so we got 2 weeks to go. I think right now Wall Street is expecting for about an 86.6 billion in Q2 revenue. Those are huge numbers. That's about 85% year-over-year growth. I think you said it right, Diane, in that are we in this second inning? Or maybe mid-innings, if you will, in terms of kind of the AI play, because for the first couple of years it was all chip processing and building the chips to power the compute needed for this, and now we're starting to get into the inference stage. And does that mean that NVIDIA won't be the major player? I don't believe that that's necessarily the case, but I do believe, as we mentioned in the last segments, there's more players in the space. And competition's catching up, and I think the bigger thing is that the hyperscalers are now building their own chips. I mean, look at what Google's doing with its TPU, and for inference, and where we are in that stage. And I think that is something that the street is looking at. There's a reason probably that NVIDIA is up 10% in the last month, as opposed to an AMD that's up 60%, or an Intel that's basically up 100%. I mean, it's just. Sometimes it's a popularity contest. Sometimes it's just where is the demand and where's the good story. I don't know. I mean, I still see numbers that 83% year-over-year revenue growth, 60 to 70% earnings growth, and a valuation that still looks relatively cheap. The stock did rally to 216. Not that long ago, before pulling back to around 198. It just bounced off its kind of 21-day exponential moving average right there at around 198. It looks like it's having a decent day today, and if it can build off of some of that momentum, it might have an opportunity to go back and challenge those highs again.
Kevin, I got to use one of your phrases for the number that Joe just gave, 86.2 billion. Those are video game numbers. All right, Kevin, your take on NVIDIA.
Yeah, Diane and Joe, I think we have to apologize to our viewers. We're temporarily renaming this segment Bull versus Raging Bull, because I don't know how you could be bearish this name right now with everything that we see going on in these markets. So I think it's going to be real tricky. I went out this morning and I really started looking. What's the difference between AMD and NVIDIA? And AMD's got the CPUs, right? But the GPUs, which is by far the most popular part of AI right now, is 90% driven by NVIDIA. And so not only that, not only all the incredible money that they're making. Competition, Joe is 100% right. Competition is eventually and starting to creep into this business. That said, remember, there's a Vera Rubin chip sitting on the horizon that's about to start, which is even better than all these. And this has happened before. AMD starts to creep up to NVIDIA. NVIDIA comes out with their new chip and pulls away further. Do I know that's going to happen? I have no idea. But you know there's a better chip waiting on the horizon for NVIDIA. Joe's right. They have earnings on May 20th. I think that this is going to be a fascinating next couple weeks just because of what just happened in AMD and the crazy valuations that we find ourselves in. So, listen, it's one of those situations where Joe, Kevin talk, you want to be bearish on NVIDIA? Nope, not me. Okay, well, so that's kind of the where we are with this stock. And you're right, it has underperformed the popularity, possibly over-owned, but certainly, I mean, it's worrisome, the numbers that they may be able to put up in a couple weeks.
Neither of you guys wanted to pick up the hot potato on that one, so it's bull versus raging bull. All right, let's get into the example trades. Joe, your approach first.
So I guess I'm the Pesci and he's the De Niro in the Raging Bull trade. I'll let him keep the Raging Bull. Mine's bullish in that it's a kind of a broken wing butterfly, if you will. It's in the May 22nd expiration. So what does that mean? That means you've got earnings built into this trade. And the reason I picked that expiration is a couple of reasons. Number one, you're buying the 205 strike, you're selling 2 of the 215s, and then you're buying 1 of the 220s. So it's a butterfly, but you have a $10 wide spread on the bottom side and $5 wide on the upside. So what happens here? Well, any type of butterfly, especially like an earnings butterfly, if you get the move to that short strike, and this example, that's that 215 strike, you get the move to that strike, and after earnings comes out, volatility collapses, and if it stays around that strike, that's a nice win for the trade, because now you're short 2 of those 215s, where the implied volatility is going to be, coming in quicker than it does at the 205s and the 220s, and that actually does well for this trade. Now, that's not assuming huge upside from where we're at right now. Basically, I'm buying the at-the-monies and selling 2 $10 out-of-the-monies. So like I said, it's a bullish trade, but it also kind of keeps it within about a 4 to 5% range. Expected move is beyond that. So, even if it does blow beyond that, you can see on the risk graph here that you still have some upside, but it gets capped at 220. So if you believe that there's more upside to this, what do? You extend those strikes out. You can do the 210s versus the 220s and the 225s, or you can you can make a lot of adjustments to this. This is just kind of looking at an at the money versus about taking it back to the 52-week high, and then looking at only selling a $5 increment on the upside. So I still have the ability to make some money if the stock even goes higher.
Joe, this is one of those trades that we talk in our discussions often about butterflies, and the frustrating nature of butterflies is to get the direction right, have it blow past your strike, and all the profits that you had, you lose, and it comes all the way back down. This type of unbalanced butterfly ensures that if you get the direction right, and you still have to get the direction right, you won't become unprofitable if it moves past your short strike and keeps going forward, because we don't know. We just saw AMD go 2 times the expected move. So that's what you have to at least understand and be ready for when you look at trades like this. And this type of butterfly, skewed where it's long at $10, short of $5, if you look at that extended profit graph, it keeps you profitable on this trade, Joe. So the risk on the trade would always be whatever debit you pay on it, and you're looking for a move to that short strike. Now, Joe, I went a little more aggressive in terms of my look, and that is, and this is something that we talk about in our advanced option strategy classes, where I'm going further than the earnings event week, right? And I'm putting on a diagonal that is before the event week and then, or after the event and then before the event, with a chance, with a possibility to extend duration right into the event. Now, it doesn't look pretty right now because I'm doing a $5 call diagonal, buying the May 29th after the May 20th expiration. I'm buying the 205 call, pretty much at the money, selling just this week, 2 more days, 210 call. Now, I'm spending $8.75 on that because the longer dated implied volatility is slightly elevated and it costs more and you're buying time. Now, this is a trade up till Friday that has to be managed slightly, and we talk about this a lot because you're spending $8.75 for a $5 wide diagonal. It could lose money if it were to go screaming through that before Friday. After that, you extend duration, you move the strike further out, and these numbers get a little better. And then you move into the event expiration, and the credit, the rolled credit, becomes quite large, and you really chip away at the net debit. But Joe, this is one that we talk about in our advanced option seminars as a way to look at it and understand why you're paying more than maybe even the width of the strikes.
Yeah, I think that's a really critical point, and I think ultimately you're going to get, you have the potential to get a couple rolls in there, which will reduce that debit cost overall. The other thing that's important about this, and you mentioned this, is the flexibility, right? If you start to see NVIDIA really start to move up, and you have the ability to roll that 210 call out and up to the 215, to the 220s, as you're getting closer and closer to the earnings event, you're doing that. What you hope for is for a credit, as long as it doesn't move too fast. But I think ultimately at some point, as we get into that earnings cycle, you're going to have to make the decision on whether or not you want to stay bullish. But the diagonal gives you not only that embedded kind of vertical spread, but at the same time, because you do have the flexibility for multiple rolls, it can reduce that debit cost along the way, making it, at some point, if you get enough rolls, potentially cutting this cost down dramatically.
All right, thanks, guys. Those are the example trades there for NVIDIA, which doesn't have earnings for a little while. We've got cash tags coming up. Are consumers loving it? We're taking a look at McDonald's ahead of its earnings, which come tomorrow morning. Stay right here on Schwab Network Fast Market. We'll be back after this break.
I'm Sam Barnes, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
I'm here. I'm here.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support.
Still 170, still safe.
Passionate traders ready to tackle your trading
But
questions, no matter how complex.
Oh,
Plus, get 24/7
we dipped below the
live
200. I might want to get out.
support by phone, email, and in-platform.
Why'd you stop?
Really talk about money at all. In college, I had money. I didn't want anybody
I have
to find
technical
out that I
difficulties.
wasn't middle class. I was using credit cards to
You're a cheap
do everything
woman.
and everything.
Middle
I ended up with
class.
$20,000 of credit card debt. That's when I kind of realized, like, all right,
I'm too good for you. It was a pain growing up to be a middle class. Marley. Yum yum. Did I ever tell you I had a crush on Marley? Watch this guy close his eyes. He's got them open there. They got two different cuts of this. His eyes are open.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall alongside me. So time now for our cash tag segment. For that, we want to bring in our next guest, and that is Landon Swan, co-founder of Likefolio, taking a look at McDonald's ahead of its
There's
quarterly
Landon.
results. Those are due tomorrow. So Landon,
He's a
yesterday
stoner.
on my way home, I was having a McDonald's craving, but I stopped short because I've been on a diet.
I can tell. I was just getting ready to
What's
say.
the sentiment look like now for consumers as it relates to Mickey D's?
Yeah, you were probably thinking about the fries, weren't you? They're pretty good. They can definitely draw you in. So listen, when we look at McDonald's consumer demand and consumer sentiment, it's been down. It's starting to pull up in the right direction. And frankly, I think
Who eats at
the
McDonald's?
biggest story about McDonald's going into earnings is the stock price. I mean, when you look at it,
ugh.
There, but you can see here versus the the other sort of top 8 or the top 9 total here. McDonald's is it's obviously one of the biggest, but it is it's got a lot of competition out there. I think a lot of times investors think of McDonald's and they think, well, do people like fast food or not? Yeah, they like fast food, but where else can they go? And so there's so much competition.
There's other competition.
And, in the current state of the economy, we've got
The economy's in great shape, you asshole. McDonald's. McDonald's is your kind of place. Hamburgers in your face. McDonald's is your kind of place. Hamburgers in your face. French fries between your toes. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. On this farm he had a chicken, E-I-E-I-O. With a and a everywhere. MacDonald had a farm. When I was a child, I met Ronald. He was a clown, as everybody would say. He asked me to sit on his lap, and I asked him if he was gay, and he said, no, I'm not gay, I'm Ronald. Ronald was tall, he had white hair. I didn't really care. That I ordered me a Big Mac and a quarter pounder and cheese with some French fries to tickle my knees. Then the hamburger came and stole my fries. Then the hamburger came and stole my fries. I got back in line and I told Ronald, I said the hamburger was here and stole my fries. He said, Jimmy, here's you a French fry. I'm in AMD calls at 168, 450 strike. It sounds great. I said this one might not do as good as the last two have, so I gotta keep a tight watch on my AMD. 'Cause I'm down, just a bit. Now I'm not down as much, I'm down $1. That triple top breakout's quite a bit. It is kind of scary. I will admit, I mean, this thing at 263. I'm the singing day trader. I went and let Bobby in. He's changing the filters on the air conditioner. I said, the door's unlocked, Bobby, and he walked on by. He's heading to that other building. I said, why? Hey, Bobby, come back, Bobby. You're going to the wrong door, Bobby. I chased him down and I turned him around. I pointed him in the right direction. He looked at me and he said, did you say erection? And I said, no, I said direction. Bobby's got a few screws missing, one from his right and left temple. He needs an operation so he can remember what direction is his erection. Thank you very much. Jimmy, you're at 177. You got it at 168. You're up $11 a contract. You got 5 of them babies. AMD, how do you do, Sue? How about you? Sue is the CEO from AMD. Glory, hallelujah. We're now at 183. The singing day trader. It's a $5 spread on. Come on, Bobby. You're going the wrong way. Bobby started walking down to the daycare center. I think this guy, he doesn't have all of his marbles. It's a $5 spread on. Come on, Bobby. You're going. My strumming's getting better. Thank you very much. Jim, you're up $20 a contract. Have you thought about selling your contracts? You're up $100, Jimbo. See if we can get a little bit more. Can we get a little bit more? I think we can. I think we can. We do have a head and shoulders right here. No, maybe not. Left shoulder. Oh, we're at the head and shoulders. now. Don't dip on me. Okay, well, that needs to hold. 3 white, so 3 black crows. I'm up. Damn it. Take the previous low and the previous high, and we broke that support, but we didn't break a whole body below it. Like, went from being up 100 to 15. Spike come down and hit the 200. Then SPY's at the 100. Or SPX. Bobby. IWM. SPY's at the 200 EMA. Bobby. Jim, should I have a hazelnut coffee? Still got 10 minutes. I think I will. I'm going to check on my roasted coffee first. FDA announces recall of thousands of cases of milk. I've never heard a recall on milk before. I got 71 emails today. Jeez. Palm Beach Tan, pick your team. My coffee is change order complete. What? Confirmed. So my coffee is at Hodgkins, Illinois. I'll be getting my coffee May 11th. Jeez. It kind of sucks. Free shipping, that's probably why. Okay, time to find another trade. Well, we failed. We're at the IWM's at support. So let's see what IWM. I haven't traded IWM much. Nope, we went below support. May 6th. Wonder how they work. May 7th. I'll go to May 7th. The 286s. Ten contracts. G. Sing a song. Sing out loud. Sing out strong. Sing of good things, not sad. Sing of happy, or is it sing of good things, not bad. Sing of happy, not sad. That's how it goes. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, man. WM. We're at 93. Look at that knife once it hit the 200. Woo! Yeah. Easy money. So let me see here. Here's a song that I used to love. I think it's Foghat. Easy money, get you off my mind. Easy money, how to find. Whoa, there you go, Foghat. Had $1 million, had $1 million.
Well, I'd buy you a house, I would buy you a house. And if I had
$1 million,
if I had $1 million, buy you furniture for your house, maybe a Chesterfield or mother. And if I had $1 million, if I had $1 million, well, I'd buy you a K car, a nice reliant automobile. And if I
had $1 million,
I'd buy your love.
had a pre-wrapped sausage today. Because I had $1 million. $1 million. Let's break this resistance. I had $1 million. We're at 95.7 cents. Had $1 million. Had $1 million. Had $1 million. No more hamburger helper. And get that expensive ketchup like Huts. And some mustard from French's. I had $1 million. Here we go, triple top. It's time to go ahead and bail out. I had $1 million. Buy you some underwear. I know you're out. I'd buy you a brand new bra. If I had $1 million. I see 3 white soldiers. I had $1 million. I'd be filthy rich. If I had $1 million. This song is not legal these days. Black Betty. Oh, Black Betty, bam jam. Oh, Black Betty, bam jam. Damn thing went wild, bam jam. Snake break out, pull back, double bottom, boom. Come on, break the dollar. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at $1.02. So what we have here is a snake breakout, pullback, double bottom, higher low, boom. Anybody see the snake? Off the 200. So Jimmy took this to that, back in to that, and we are now at $1.02. Snake breakout, pullback, higher low, not by much, by very, probably none at all, actually. It's even. It's an even double bottom. Okay. Does anybody remember Black Betty? You probably couldn't get away with playing that these days because you'd be a racist. Look at that. Look at that go. Unbelievable. That's what you are. You're now at $1.06. Jim, have you ever thought about selling? No. Oh, did you see what I just saw? What do we have here? We have a triple bottom with a wick. This was the previous snake that Jimmy called. Then we had another snake. Breakout, pull back, boom. And there's no resistance. Snake breakout. Woo! Oh my God, we're at 112. Now, how's he do it? Everybody was asking the question here at the Safari outfit. How's he do it? Oh yeah. Black Betty, Bear Jim, he's at 111. Did anybody take the IWM with Bobo? If you did, please raise your left leg.
Older adults have different.
Randy's up almost 100% max gain on BBAI. Congratulations. The best plays are those snakes. Ain't that right? Patience for the pullback, and you can become a winner. Don't take it on the initial breakout. Wait for the pullback. We have a hammer and a doji. Look there. You know what that is? That's called a dragonfly. Dragonfly doji. So if that's white, what color can I use? Let's use a blue. Let's go with a dark blue. Oh yeah, that works. That works. we were all sitting around the fire, and Washboardjim came in and started playing his guitar. He was talking, oh God, Stock Twits, what have you done to me here? Your cheating heart will tell on you. Your crying eyes. Now this is when Vegas and I traded together. She didn't like me singing. I said, what? Girl? Oh yeah, man. DRA Dragon. That's Dragon. No wonder I couldn't see that. That was a dragon. Have you ever heard of a dragonfly? There's about a dragonfly doji, baby. Randy. What do I think of our what? Hold on a second. MS. Check out what? Check out RDW. RDW. Not in trade no more. Ooh, RDW. Options alert. June 18th, $10 call sweep. Corporate to report first quarter 2026 results. Redwire Corporation. Red wired. Well, we broke the 200 on the 1 hour time frame. We're at a double top. That's almost like a pivot point at 9:45. Three-year, we got a triple bottom support. On the weekly, which is right at 861 off the 200. So I'm going to go 869 alert set. No. $869 for your alert on RDW. And resistance to break looks to me like 1030. $10.35. And I'm going to put it in at the mark at or above for resistance to break at the 50 SMA on the weekly. So 869 support, triple bottom, and a 1034 resistance to break with a tweezer top. 10-4. RDW. $869, yep. Good job. Let the trade come to you and take those A+ trades. You're very good, Jim. Very good. Let the trade come to you, double bottom Dragonfly Doji with a hammer, 2 hammers, and 3 white soldiers. You see them? The pullback? Here, YouTubers. Here, I can just do it right here. See, I think you can only get away with scalping right now. Hello? May I help you? Yeah, I was watching you, Jimmy, take that sneaky snake trade, and you're now at 110. I mean, that's beautiful. And I get the part where the breakout comes, but can you explain what built the confidence when you took the trade? And I say, yes. We had a tweezer bottom here off the 200 and another tweezer bottom off the 200. We had a hammer, a Dragonfly Doji, and a hammer, all with higher lows. And then what really put the icing on the cake was these 3 white soldiers. Usually after the 3rd soldier, you'll consolidate. Another hammer, hammer, inverted hammer, boom, for an exit idea. Now you have a double top. So what do you do at a double top? That's right, you take profit. So for that reason and that reason alone, Whopper, does that make you hungry? Smack down on the chip. This is my love song for me and Nancy.
Nancy plays a game. Everyone loses but her. Nancy doesn't care. Nancy always she doesn't even see.
Sit on your face. Trader's gonna sit on your face too, just for being you. Just for being you, Nancy.
Little people scream,
I love you, honey.
but she can't hear. In her tower,
May I have a Valium?
so high, it's all a blur.
And a shot of vodka.
Does she even know the damage done, or does she sleep so sound? Never a frown.
Jimmy, sit on your face. Trader's gonna sit on your face too, just for being you. Just for being you. Just for being you, baby. I couldn't ask for a better babe. Nancy. Dash.
General range 197 to 213. So if we do start to break above that 188 level, we don't really have that much room until there's another concentration of heavier trading activity. Most of it matches up with some of these sideways areas.
Yeah, earlier the stock was higher by about
Not getting
5%
fills.
from here on the heels of the Uber report, and so with that in mind, I had
Use
a bullish
toss,
example.
think or
I
swim.
still think that could happen. Maybe a break into that value area. What I looked at was a call calendar spread, Rick, for this one, and with that, it was about a $15 one standard deviation move from at the time around 170. That targeted around 185 as a potential area of interest, and so with that in mind, it's the $1 price tag there. That's the risk on the trade, $100, and looking for a move to about 185. So again, that lower end of that value area, Rick. And you can see that here, sort of that mountaintop risk profile, risk definition to 100. But the nice thing about these is they're very much customizable. This one sells Friday's expiration, buys the following week. You can extend duration. You can do a put calendar if you're bearish. You can move the strikes around to better reflect the target. But bullish strategy, looking for a move up towards 185, perhaps around this earnings event. By the
Dash
end of the
Riprock.
week. Let's talk Dutch Bros. So I've yet to actually go to one of these establishments, but I hear good things. Kind of dominate maybe more the Mountain West region.
Bros, B-R-O-S.
But it's kind of like a new kind of up-and-coming coffee shop, rivaling places like Starbucks and others.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
A brand that is very
Bros.
here in our Chicagoland area here. I've never actually seen one either personally, but certainly something that is capturing some notice here overall. We did establish some lows near 47, a notable low point here, and then repeated several times here. We did have intraday fluctuations beyond that level here, 44.58. But if you look at the closing prices, mostly that's where we held on. The closing prices are typically regarded as being more important than intraday swings. So we really, if you look at it by that metric,
Okay.
consistent threshold there at the 47 level. 50-50, a similar low point, and then subsequent
Bros.
once again after it settled down near 55. So also now 60 stands out to the upside here. Highs, high point here, lows, and high point once again. So that could be a resistance breakout level if we do start to push to the upside. When we do
Bros
set
coffee.
moving averages here, kind of the reverse situation of our last chart here. The similarity is that our moving averages are once again kind of clumped together, but in this case the trend is more improving. We're seeing the 5-day faster dark blue weekly EMA crossing above its slower counterparts. Not really a great trading signal in and of itself, but an easy visual cue of the direction trends are going right now. We can also see RSI crossing above these old highs that we established here, kind of mildly, not like a big push or anything just yet here, but still a bit more unusual for momentum to pick up heading into earnings, so that would be an interesting other piece of potential bullish evidence here. Our point of control, the heaviest trading area of all, is in this node here between about 52 to 54.50. The point of control specifically, 53.32. We are starting to push above this heavier traded area near 58. Things don't really pick up again until 62 though, so we could see faster moving prices if we start to break out to the upside.
Yeah, I really like this look, Rick, and it kind of helps in the thinking of the example trade that I was looking at, which is a bullish one. You talked about the trend improving. You talked about some of those levels that we're factoring in, but there's just been so much activity over the last year in sort of the tight range that we're currently in that it might just be hard to break out of this in a short amount of time. And so the idea of sort of a neutral to bullish with this one, given the fact that it's kind of in that log jam of price activity. And so if that's the case, something like a 55, 52 and a half.
Looks kind of gay.
That expires next Friday could have a chance to be profitable, even if, of course, the stock goes higher, but also if it goes, kind of unchanged or even down slightly on this one. So structured in a way to be profitable, Rick, without the big move to the upside. And so neutral bullish, collect 75 cents, $2.50 wide spread. A little bit worse than 2 to 1, but 175 is the max loss, 75 the max profit, with a break even of 54 and a quarter. Again, expiring at the end of next week. Earnings will have a lot to say about this one as well, but we'll get those after the close. Appreciate it. As always, Rick Ducat joining us here for Chartmaster. We're going to take a short break. We get back. The story of the day, it's got to be AMD. Another monster quarter for one of these big-time hardware players within semiconductors and AI. Jeff Pierce with the results and an example trade for us next.
For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you
Bros Coffee Shop.
follow me on X at npetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data
Jim,
to sector rotation.
can you show me the snake on Bros, brother?
Comprehensive view of the market.
Now, as I've said before, I'm not a homosexual. But what we have here is a falling wedgie. Oh boy, Jimmy, you're something else. We have a fallen wedgie. Snake breakout, pull back to the 200, inverse head shoulders. I mean, this looks very tempting. Raymond James adjusts price target on, oh, this is Dash. Shit. This one looks good too. Dash on the weekly, but I want to look at Bros. Another fallen wedge. This could be, oh man, this looks good. Bros, already, what? So I've looked at Bros before. I gotta save this. Bros. BROS. Wonder if I get sued because I come up with a new logo. That looks a little bit better than Nana's butt. Sales driver into 2026. Price target to $72. Jim, you're just having way too much fun. Uh-oh. Did Joby break out? Thank you very much for Jimmy calling out the support yesterday, but you didn't take the trade.
Dutch Bros.
Hey everyone, my name is Isaac Schaff. I'm the regional operator in Oakdale, California. We're opening the first Dutch Bros here in Stanislaus County. So we have coffee, non-coffee. We have caffeinated drinks that are our very own signature Rebel drink. We can make it in several flavors. We can make dairy, non-dairy. We have teas, sodas, smoothies. Food items, we have granola bars and muffin tops. The muffin top flavors are orange cranberry, chocolate chip.
It's definitely gay.
At this location, we have a double drive-up with a walk-up window here in the front of the building. And our hope is that we can just spread as much love as possible through...
What kind of love?
window. Our goal is to just spread love and awesome times.
What kind of love? Make yourself clear. Spreading love. Mexican moms tried Dutch Bros. The rise of Dutch Bros sweet secret straw code. Oh, secret straw code. I can't take it anymore. What'd I just say?
Amazon offers hourly employees health care for $5 a week with $5 copays.
Never mind.
I need some coffee. I'm on a mission to go to every Dutch Bros in the state of Texas. I have 3 rules that I'm following for this challenge. 1, I must order something at every single Dutch Bros. Just a small black coffee. Yeah, you got it. 2, I cannot stop this mission until I've hit every single location. If I was telling you that for the next 5 days, I'm gonna try to go to every single Dutch Bros.
In the DFW area?
Honestly, in all Texas. There's 200.
Oh God. The guy loves his brothers. You look at the hour chart and you don't want to jump in it. You want to wait. I'm going to set an alert at 56.66 off the 200. And that's all I want, brother. I'd say it's kind of gay, but I'm not sure. Talk about spreading the love. Jim, IWM is now at 102. What about AMD? AMD is at 158. Way out of the money. 23,000 contracts at the 450 strike. That's for the 8th.
Google had, what was it, 63% year-over-year increase in revenue for cloud. I think, Microsoft had 40-something%.
Google's at the 200.
So these companies are seeing absolute incredible growth, and it's all coming because we are all starting to use the internet very differently, and those who are set up for this and prepared for this are seeing the fruits of their labor. So whether you're talking markets or you're talking about building your own businesses, if you're planning for this, you're probably doing pretty well right now.
Kyle, I gotta ask, as someone who's an entrepreneur, and you see these companies, the Alphabets, the Nvidias, the Microsofts,
AMDs.
Microsoft, even in its struggles, is still several $1 trillion in market cap. $100 billion a year. How does an entrepreneur compete with that? And is that even the right framing? Can you frame it that way if you're going to be successful?
Yeah, I don't think we're necessarily competing, but I think the one good thing of if you're in a startup is the bigger companies, the bigger corporations, they want to use AI, some of them, but they really can't. There's a lot of things they have to get in order with their data and privacy and security before they can really get their team on board. So from a lot of conversations I've had throughout the industry, there's a lot of people in the big corporations that are not even having the chats yet with this. And I mean, many of us on the startup industry are already working on agents and having things run for us autonomously. And so we're farther ahead. And I think that's our benefit, is we can start to use this stuff and understand it and build our skills within it way ahead of what the bigger companies can do. Now, obviously, we can't compete on the infrastructure side, and that's in the compute side. That's what the Mag 7 has. But if you're building products, you really can. You can be first to do a lot of things with this space.
And within that, the big question is, where's the payoff? Where's the ROI? You mentioned the infrastructure build-outs. I mean, the CapEx that the Alphabets and the Metas and the hyperscalers are putting out it's jaw-dropping. I mean, it seems like monopoly money, to be quite frank with you. But Kyle, I mean, the natural answer always seems to be replace a really big cost driver. And the first one that people think of is labor. And I guess that's what we've said every time there's been technological advances. But my question is, have we ever really replaced the thinking aspect? And I think the answer is no. So when you look at kind of the dichotomy between big companies starting to do some layoffs, smaller companies, finally getting to hire some talent, how long can that last? And I guess, where do you see this all going?
Yeah, I mean, at some point, I'm sure we reach a point where there is no jobs left, and I don't know when that comes, but I don't think it's in a few years. I think it's in decades. There's still a lot of work to do to get to that point where just everything is automated by AI. So I think there's still tons of opportunity. And really, we're in a productivity boom right now, right? And never in a productivity boom have we not had jobs, right? Have we gotten less jobs over time? We're always more and more jobs in productivity booms. And so I think there's no better time right now to be building a business and to be, I guess, leveling up what you do in your role, because there is a lot of opportunity. And really, when we look to hire right now, I have two companies, one's in media, one's in marketing. Two industries that are very much being disrupted by AI, but at the same time, we are growing really fast, and we are hiring as a result because we are using AI to make our products better and to make them more scalable, right? And so what we're looking for is who are people that have skills in marketing or in content creation or in being an analyst, etc. But they're using AI to make what they do better, right? And they can we call it superhumans. Can they 10x their output by using AI? If you can do that, the opportunity is absolutely massive. I know we see every single day that there's these posts of, Claude is disrupting this business or that job role. I think yesterday we saw Perplexity and Claude release something for analysts, right? Financial analysts. And so everyone says, oh, their role's done, but it's not, right? What AI does today is not perfect, and it still needs that human touch. And so you need to figure out how to be the human that is using AI to improve the output of what you're doing.
Yeah, it's empowering, and it's allowing you to accomplish more in a shorter period of time if done right, no doubt about it. So at the moment, I think we both agree it's more of it's a accelerator. It's augmenting and distorting things, but doing so in a productive way. As long as we continue on that trajectory we're on. I've gone to a few conferences in recent years that college students are there. They're floating resumes maybe, but you can just see the stress on their faces. You read the headlines. It's tough right now for new graduates to break into their career. You mentioned as someone building a business, especially one that's growing, looking to add employees where it makes sense. For those out there who are looking for that, what are some kind of high-level things? You mentioned use AI. I think that seems like a baseline skill these days. What else is sort of the words of wisdom you would impart upon the younger demo?
Yeah, I mean, first, just look at what's happening in the world right now. There's a lot of layoffs, sure, but it's in project management, it's in low-level execution stuff. But there's a lot of hiring still happening in a lot of companies right now, and it's in people that use AI. It's AI prompt engineers, right? It is, I think, Stripe has a rollout right now where they're hiring someone just to teach their marketing team how to use AI, right? And so there's data scientists. There's so many roles that are available right now. Even engineers are still in demand. But I'll tell you what engineers are not in demand. Engineers that are not using AI, right? When we were hiring an engineer from Milk Road, we had a guy that wanted to apply, and he's like, I want to hire 2 others to work underneath me. We're like, that makes no sense. Just use AI to scale this out. So I think there's 2 things you want to do if you're a college guy right now. One is get really good at something, right? Whether it's content creation or it's financial markets or it's marketing or it's sales or whatever that thing is, the skills that have been around for forever, get really good at them and figure out how to apply AI to it. If you do that, you become a superhuman. You become very, very, very employable. If you don't have either of those, you don't become very employable, to be honest, and it's going to be tough for you to find a job. So you need to get good at 2 skills now rather than just one.
You know, that's been my philosophy too, but it just didn't start because of AI. I mean, I got all kinds of different skills. I was a inventory guy for years. Then I became a picture framer for years. And then I became a janitor for years. And then I traded stocks for years. And if none of that would have worked, I would have sold paintings or I played in a band for years. So yeah, you got to be that's just natural. I mean, there's nothing new about that. Some people stay the same person all their life, become a couch potato or work at the same factory forever. But as times change, and I'd really be, if I was younger, when I was handsome, I could probably done social media. I wanted to be an actor, so I worked on that for a bit. What else have I done? I think that's about it. No, that's about it. And Joby really had a good day today. Jeez. Why didn't I buy this yesterday? I called the support. That's what makes it so bad. I second guessed myself. I said, just one more dip. And that would have been a great trade. A couple hundred shares. Well, he closes BBAI puts. Just for me and you.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Afternoon. Welcome to the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. So glad you're with us. It's a record-setting day on Wall Street. You know, it's the sound, the confetti, and the alarms, and whatever. It's a pretty fun day when you have to see your 401k and your IRAs doing better. We have a big show for you today. In addition to many of the up arrows, we'll look at the rare earths. Rare Earths America CEO will join us live. The company began trading today after an IPO. Our watch list panel is standing by and look at the state of the AI build out. Incredible news from so many names when it comes to AI. Big movers, and the SOX is at a record as well. CoreWeave earnings, we have NVIDIA, we'll have big moves from Alex Coffey, and he'll be looking at real options trades for NVIDIA. Taiwan Semi, Netflix, tech has taken off. The NASDAQ 100 a new high. I talked about the SOX at a new high, the Russell new high, and the S&P 500. Right now, the S&P 500 73.45. When it crossed that 7,300 mark, there was a moment. You know, I had a moment. I looked at it and sort of couldn't believe it. Despite all the headlines and a year and a half of ups and downs, another high, up 1.2%. And the NASDAQ's up 1.7%. Incredible run there. The Dow's up 559 points. And also the Russell is a big gainer. The Russell right now is up 1% as well. And here's a look at the heat map. We look at many of these names when you look at the Mag 7. Right, and you're seeing NVIDIA and Google and Amazon all winners. AMD is soaring today. That's been up double digits after a great quarter. An incredible revenue outlook and AI demand from Lisa Su. I mean, she couldn't be more positive. It's been up 14% throughout the day. You're seeing many of the other names. I mean, we've seen names like Novo Nordisk gaining, and Disney has been a winner. These are some, and also ARM. I'll throw that in there too. Supermicro has been a winner as well. Okay, take a look at the futures products right now. Oil at 95.15 the barrel. So much of the optimism here on Wall Street came from really late yesterday when we talked about Epic Fury ending. And, you know, there's a list for the U.S. and Iran, and will Iran actually agree? And if not, bombing at high level intensity more than before, the president says. So let's see if we can get through this. In the meantime, oil's down, and stocks are higher, and gold moving higher. You know, as oil came down, the dollar came down, gold moves higher. So that's up 2.7%. You are seeing the 10-year bond yield at 437, and the Bitcoin trade 81,750. I mean, we've seen Bitcoin on a nice run too. It really is worth noting. We often cover a lot of crypto on this show, and the crypto folks have been pretty happy to see the recent run. Bitcoin just for this 1 month is up 17%. And Coinbase 1 month up 11%. So we have a lot to watch here, and a lot of green arrows. Closing bell is upon us. We're 2 hours away. We have some market movers, and joining me right now, Diane King Hall, looking at AMD and some great news there. The skyrocketing. It was incredible for your quarter and outlook.
It was fantastic quarter, and obviously the outlook is really strong for AMD. You've got both investors and analysts cheering these numbers, and you've got the wind at its back for AMD. Those shares rallying 17% right now. Data center revenue was the star of the show. They're up about 57%, so you had really strong numbers there. To catch people up on earnings, they reported adjusted earnings per share of $1.37, revenue about $10.25 billion there. Both of those better than expected there. Again, data centers, the engine of growth there. That segment, $5.8 billion for data centers. She says, Lisa Su, the CEO, says this is the primary driver of growth here. We know that it's fueled by demand for these AI chips, and you know, for where AMD has the benefit is the rise in the need for CPUs. We keep talking about the next leg and the next inning of the AI story, and AMD seems to be at the center of that. This is starting to look like the memory stocks in terms of the momentum that is behind this one. You added today's move, the stock is up more than 90%. The beginning of this year, this was a $214 stock. Now we're sitting at above $416 a share. You have a lot of analysts updating their price targets. They're trying to keep up with this one. Barclays has raised their price target by $200 to $500 per share, so they see more room to run from here. They've got an overweight rating on this one. KeyBank raising theirs also by $200 to $530. They're maintaining an overweight rating on this. TD Cowen, they've also raised theirs to $500 per share, maintaining a buy rating. Baird is raising theirs even more. $625 is their price target. They raised theirs by $300, maintaining an outperform rating on this one. But not everybody's in on this being a bullish run, and that the bullish momentum will continue. RBC Capital is lifting their price target, but just to, you know, essentially around where it is right now. Their sector perform on this one. They've got a $400 rating on this one, Nicole.
It's amazing. And CPUs now, the growth projections, I mean, she was talking about the CPU market being, you know, 120 billion, more than that by the year 2030. I mean, it's just unbelievable, the phase of the AI build out and the scale at which everything's growing in the AI demand, which just won't quit. Let's talk about Disney. I mean, I thought Disney was really interesting. Josh D'Amaro, I think a lot of folks like what they heard so far from the first time as CEO today.
Yeah, absolutely. This is his first quarter of deliverables here, and the company doing better than expected. You got some magic in the mouse house happening, and that's sending the stock higher right now by more than 6.5% at the moment. They did better than expected on both the top and bottom line.
Still sucks.
We saw strength in streaming and entertainment here. That's the driver of the growth here. Adjusted earnings per share coming in at $1.57. Revenue topping $25.1 billion here. Streaming and entertainment, that was up 10%. Part of that had to do with the price hikes and the streaming mix, so they've got the right content, but they're pricing it right as well, where they're not scaring off consumers. It also shows that the consumer is not on the mat yet. There's been questions about, will the consumer be challenged with these higher gas prices, and where do they potentially pull back? We're not seeing that in parks as well. There's resilient.
You're not going to see it because we're coming back down. Not like under the Biden regime.
The Disney experience, right? But it looks like the consumer experience still holding up there. They said gas spending increased there.
See, we had a war on energy under Obama. Obama told you the same damn thing, and the gas prices soared. And when Obama got his third term under Biden, they soared again. They were higher than they are now, gas prices. But they had a different outlook. They had a war on energy, where we don't have a war on energy. We have a war on terror. It's a totally different outlook than what they were when they were calling for, and he said, Obama said it, you're going to be paying higher for energy cost under Mike, and he got applauded. People applauded him. And I'm going, no, because my utility bill is going to go up. My gas bill is going to go up. So why ain't they applauding Why don't they applaud Trump? Instead, they're booing him. It's just the opposite. And I was paying $4.50 a gallon back then under Obama here in Springfield. And that was 20 some years ago. About 20 years ago. And they rose up from $2, $1.90 all the way to $4.50 here. And I was raising Cain back then because he told you they were going to go up and everybody was, yay! And then when he got his third term, they went up again to about the same price for about 5 or 6 months. A little bit longer, about 7. I've seen days a whole lot worse. Plus, the market's crashed on both of them incidents, and we haven't crashed because we don't have a war on energy. We're not at war with energy. Yeah, we're going to have to pay at the pump a little bit more. I'm okay with that, but they're going to come down. I'm pretty sure they are. I'm not pretty, but I'm sure of it. And back then I was getting 18 miles to a gallon in my truck. It was costing me $500 a month to drive back and forth from Collins to Springfield. And at that time I lost a third of my business because of Obamacare. So I was kind of going, oh boy, going to be some rough months. If you were a big corporation, you had it made, but if you weren't.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Alex.
Hey, you're not bad looking.
And I'm his mom.
Oh, God.
Sometimes, you could have done better.
That looks like her mom.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to the watch list. Nvidia and Corning are both moving higher today.
PLTR moving up.
Partnerships to expand U.S. manufacturing of AI infrastructure technology.
Right off the 200.
Corning will increase its United States
So here,
optical technology production capacity by 10 times.
if all you had to do was trade with the 200 SMA, I think you could get away with it. So we had, today the 200 SMA was a pivot point. We hit resistance. We broke the triple top. It came back down, then broke it again, then finally found support off the 200. So I'm sitting here watching this thing go up and didn't trade it. But that's called a pivot point using the 200 SMA on the 1 minute. Then on the 2 minute, it's become a resistance. Support, 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 support. And then now it's become a resistance level on the 2 minute. It's not short. That's right. It's not good to short strong bullish market. Tasty Trade, you can have a cash account. ARM, V for you. Your cash settles the next day. You can trade again. Usually settles at night. But you can't, you got to make sure that you know, if you got $2,000, you can't spend more than $2,000 in a day. Then you can come back the next day and trade the same amount all over again. But you have to have a cash account. I would recommend a cash account to anybody. I got a margin and a cash. And I can trade on toss if I need to. Might swing trade on toss. It's much easier to get in and out. Scalping's a little more difficult. SPY's moving up. SPY got a new high. SPY new high. So, let's say you're new to trading and I gave you one strategy with the 200. So I'm going to give you another one here. Whoops. These are winning strategies. Now what the fudge? Where's the VWAP? Oh, SPX. God darn it. Jim? I'm an old hillbilly hick from Missouri down the Ozarks, and I just got back from Silver Dollar City and saw Jed Clampett, and he was telling me how he got rich watching you on YouTube. You were talking about another strategy for beginners, just in case, you know, I'm a virgin to trading. I've only traded for less than 3 months, and nobody's taught me a good winning strategy, so can you teach me a fast one, please? You were just talking about it there on YouTube. Yeah, I will. So set your chart up with a VWAP. Have a side chart. Have an extra chart with everything that you like on it, plus the VWAP. VWAP is an old strategy that I used to trade with back in 2007 and 8. When I really started getting into it during the Obama crash. And yes, I call it the Obama crash because I predicted it 2 years in advance in 2005. I said, this way this guy talks sounds like he hates Wall Street. So let's see if the market doesn't pull back. And once the market realized that he was going to get elected, he outdid Bush. The market started dipping. They blamed it on the housing crisis. I didn't blame it on the housing crisis. I blamed it on Obama. Because all he could do, every speech was about how he hated Wall Street and how he's going to distribute the wealth. And he did. He printed trillions and trillions of dollars. So I started trading with what you call the VWAP. This pink line's a VWAP. So anytime you're above the VWAP, it acts as a pivot point. Anytime you're below the VWAP, it acts like a support. The VWAP is a decision maker if it's going to be bullish or bearish in the market. So as it comes down and hits the VWAP, you're bullish. And then it comes down, you had a triple bottom here and a little triple top breakout, sell out, triple bottom, triple top. It pulls back and hits the VWAP. So you want to keep an eye on them candles that touch that VWAP. And we had a hammer. Things were consolidating off the VWAP. And that keeps that keeps the stock bullish as long as you're above the VWAP. It's a pivot point. Pivot point is an equilibrium to the resistance and the support levels. It's an in-between. It's like a VWAP, but I could use the 200 SMA as a pivot point. Same thing as a VWAP. It's a pivot point. It's either going to respect or disrespect as it comes down. So if it breaks down and goes below the VWAP will now become resistance. You'll run your trade up to the VWAP. If you're above the VWAP and you come down to the VWAP, you want to hope that it holds and run it up. We had 3 white soldiers, which is an indicator that maybe this thing was going to start to be bullish. Then we broke the triple top, quad top, right up here. And found some resistance, pulled back a little bit, but kept the 9, kept it going up. So you're using, you got the VWAP and you got the 200 right here. So when you broke the 200 now became support. It's your new VWAP, it's your new pivot point. As long as you stay above the 200, you're still bullish. If you go below the 200, you might hit a double bottom here off the VWAP. But now the 200 takes the place of the VWAP. So if you're in the trade and the 9 keeps you in the trade. So if you're coming up and you start to break below the 9, you might want to take profit. And you want to look at what time of the day is. Right now it's 2:23 Eastern time, which people are getting tired and wanting to go ahead and go pick up the kids or close it down. So you might have less volume. But then you got the power hour traders coming in, setting up for the next trade for tomorrow. That's a whole different strategy of its own. You got the after hours traders, which can't trade penny stocks after hours. Once they change that rule. So there you go. There you have it. Best damn dog a man ever had. His name was Jack Rabbit. Run with the wind. So the market thinks, again, there's going to be a peace deal. And Iran has a chance to really become a rich city if they just play by the rules and stop their little terror campaign, which they've done for over 47 years. Really a lot longer than that. I think it was Iran that bombed the coal, and we did nothing about it. That was under Barack Obama. Instead, he just gave them billions and billions of dollars. Flew it in at night. Said, here you go. Hit us again. We'll give you the money to buy some more bombs. This was a pretty cool play right here. 85 cents. Boom. They're now at 129. This here is tomorrow, not today's. So I wanted to see what it's like trading. I don't trade IWM much. It acts a little different than the SPY and the SPX. U.S. and Iran are nearing an agreement to end the Middle East conflict. This will elevate ongoing supply disruption and lessen energy cost. So if Iran plays good, they can become another rich country like they were at one time in 3 years. That's my prediction. And I'll get me a Iranian mail order bride. I asked Facebook the other day, I said, any of you illegal women want to run off with me? Woo! Make sure it's Mexican descent. IWM. IWM's light. Whoa. Remove. Duplicate. Whew. Gonna be peace. Damn, Bobby, you take forever. It took Bobby 3 frickin' hours to change 6 filters. 7 filters. They talk about milking the clock. Bobby, come on. Bobby. I knew a guy named Bobby. He worked with a cigarette in his hand. Bobby always had a drink in the other. That dude was grand. You tell Bobby the door's right over there, he would take an alternative route. He said, "Hey, buddy, I want to take the scenic view." Bobby, it should have only took an hour, but it ended up giving him 3 hours. Bobby, you're about the slowest man in the world. I smell like cigarettes, and I smell like booze. My name is Bobby. I'm always singing blues. Bobby was a character, a shriveled up old man. Every path he took, the stink would follow. I still smell it. Ugh. My man. smoke cigarettes. Bobby's my name and I have no regrets. My band's full of butts and it smells like booze. My name is Bobby. I sing the blues. I'm nothing but an old drunk that smokes cigarettes. We just hit resistance on AMD. Whoa. Here. If you're in AMD, think about taking a little off the table. Only if you're able. I've got this all charted out for you. Show some respect. Give me 10% of that big old fat check. 'Cause I wanna take a vacation. I won't be gone long in the song. I wanna take a vacation. It won't take long in my song. Bobby. Sneaky snake. Break out. Pull back. Boom, yeah. Sneaky snake. Break out. Pull back and boom. There we go. Bobby. Bobby's done. Thank you.
Is certainly helping the market. SMCI is certainly helping the market. We have a lot of upcoming earnings reports this week and next week still. And what I've been seeing in the market is that trading rallies going into earnings in a lot of these names has been one of the best trades out there because of that bullish pre-earnings sentiment, because of a lot of these positive moves that we're already seeing.
All right, well, it's great to see you both, Danielle Shea and Brendan Burke. Thank you. It's a good look because it's an important story for CoreWeave tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see and get the details. Of course, we'll have all of that for you here on Schwab Network. Now, coming up, I want to take a look at some of the different sectors. What's hot, what's not during today's session, and what are the ETF moves that a lot of folks are making? You know, why is it that maybe the dividend payers may be the way to go? Much more. And hey, check out Flutter. Selling off on some news.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Real-time market moves, earnings breakdowns, and trade-ready insights. Follow me on X at Sam_Vardis and connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram for more.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
She looks like you, Dad.
Aw, she's got your smile.
Carl.
Yep, your #1 broker's here to welcome your new little dependent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab now. We have everything we need.
Invest with Schwab.
I can set up her
Crooks.
fund.
I've been learning about trading strategies.
Schwab helps me generate retirement income.
All this Schwab is everything you need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a nap?
Schwab!
Invest your way with Schwab.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it. To leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been.
Schwab helped you have children?
I want to invest with a company that
Were you artificially inseminated?
happy financial future.
What a lovely, lovely family.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends.
Okay. The 63, or excuse me, that's the 200. The 63, no. 63, the 63, and the 63. So that's a major support. If it doesn't hold, you got 3 more support levels down here. This is called the pivot point. Support, support, support. Has anybody learned that yet from me? Look at them moving averages and see what they respect.
dividends tend to have less duration than, sort of the more growth-oriented type stocks. So this one is paying, relatively modest options income premium plus qualified dividends of about 3% per year. So probably looking at distributions in the neighborhood of about 7% net, plus the participation in the underlying stocks.
So we think about dividend payers, the dividend aristocrats. You're talking about some of the old school names. You're not looking for huge growth. You're looking for something else, right? And that is some consistency and a mild some growth without something crazy or maybe a little less risk. Is that right?
One might think that, but actually, if you take a look at this underlying portfolio of stocks, it's up more than 20% year to date.
I mean, that's
and
great.
It's trading at 15 times forward earnings as a group. Compare that to 21 times forward or so for the S&P. So I actually think it's probably poised for decent capital appreciation. Look, it's not a Micron technology, right? It's not an NVIDIA. That's not the kind of stuff that you're going to find in there. But these are companies that are growing quickly. And I think investors should probably think about whether or not improvements in productivity that you might see from things like AI could potentially benefit old economy stocks too.
Yeah, and why is there a need for something like this today? I mean, and it does show incredible growth, even when you're trying to play it a little safer. Why?
There's our first support.
Like this? I mean, how has it been received, do you think? And I do want to get to
Let's do the SPX.
But just a final thought on this one.
Yeah, I mean, the enthusiasm remains with semis, we have to say. I mean, you said it. I mean, I think that's probably why you were going in that direction. It's right now, the momentum remains in the AI trade. It remains in the hardware side. It remains in semis. And so that's where the bulk of our assets remain. That's where most of the people are still deploying capital. But I think these are other things that they might want to consider, because the S&P itself, which is oftentimes thought of as a well-diversified index, is getting pretty tech-heavy. And I'm not going to say it's late stages, but it's been a heck of a run. And, every run comes.
And I missed out on it.
Because we could almost call it the tech-heavy, the tech-heavier NASDAQ.
That's right.
A friend of mine coined that phrase, but I stole it. And I think it's right. I think, you really see it because those Mag 7s are so prevalent in the S&P 500. You think about the ETF wrapper. And why people love ETFs in the first place. So let's talk about CHPY and SOX.
Oh, God.
What about these two ETFs that are related?
Let's not talk about it.
Yeah, well, both of them are semiconductor.
I put you on mute, Titellini. Yeah, the 73.55s from they went to 340, 330 on the calls off the 63. The 73.55s. That one candle would be $90. Today's the 6th. Need a vacation. Real bad. Your application invitation, $1,000 credit. I've not hit it yet. Now we're down to 270, 265. I'd like to see another drop. Could have got him there at 275, 280. Let's just wait. Be nice to get 73.43 right into close. $8 dip. Bobby.
This is a really big options trade that's betting on a lot more upside here. Nicole goes out to July in the case of NVIDIA, and they bought 26,240 of the in-the-money 195 calls. So this is a trader that's looking to get stock-like exposure with unlimited upside for defined risk. Now, their defined risk, though, is $57 million, and they'll lose all of it if in July the stock's below 195. So this is a very
Missed that.
All right.
That's $70 right there.
These Mag 7 names. NVIDIA is up 5.5%. Apple is a stone's throw away from records. So we saw all up arrows for all these Mag 7 names. Let's talk about Taiwan Semi. So this is one that you found a trade and taking a large neutral to bullish stance. Tell us a little bit about this name today.
Well, shoot.
Monster trade size. TSMC trader selling quite a few puts below the market. 8,422 or 422 the December 400 strike puts. So this stock's only trading at 417, Nicole. This is not that far out of the money, but they collected $45.60 per contract, which, if you do the math, over $38 million worth of options premium. But of course, the risk on this trade is that they would be assigned quite a few, options or stock shares here, where it adds up to a potential of almost $300 million worth of stock. Now, the break even on those shares would be $354.40. But this is a big trade, and it's someone who is hoping
6 minutes to power hour.
maintain its value throughout the rest of the year.
All right, I don't want to leave out Netflix. We have just a couple of minutes left in the show. Let's take a look, because it is a laggard. It's down 6% this year, and you found a bearish trade. So let's hear a little bit about it. It's pretty much flat today.
Yeah, it's a bearish trade, no doubt. Now, given its size, it very well could be a hedge to a large stock position. You never really know what's going on in the mind of the trader that put it on, but on the surface, in a vacuum, absolutely a bearish trade, Nicole. Someone bought $1.3 million worth of options premium of the July 75 strike put. They bought 10,701 contracts at $1.22. They said that adds up to about $1.3 million worth of options premium. Break even on this trade would be $73.78. So this is a trader that's looking for quite a bit of downside in Netflix shares into the middle parts of the summer.
Jeez.
Or maybe they're worried about protecting a large stock position that's already been a little bit under pressure.
All right. Well, you know, the big picture here, we've seen so many names in tech doing so well. Earnings season has just really delivered double-digit growth again for the 6th quarter in a row. Final quick thought?
Yeah, it's just been absolutely, astronomical in terms of the growth that we're seeing. There's earnings that back it up, but you look at what these hyperscalers are doing, you look at what the tangential AI trades are doing, it's a really fun ride to be on, Nicole.
Yeah, and I'm keeping my eye also, Alex, on where oil is. $95 here. It's down $7. This has U.S. Iran, are they ending the hostilities? Is epic fury really over? It really brought some optimism and some records to the market today. Alex Coffey, great to see you. And friends, thanks for being with me here on Schwab Network every single day at 9 a.m. at 2 p.m. So I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for opening bell. This is the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides. Thanks for being with us. Right now, the Dow's up 592. The S&P's at 73.53. We're going into the closing bell. Market on close is next.
Peace on earth and goodwill to men.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client
Got a Head and Shoulders.
Power for 7 years in a row with Investor Checking.
Right shoulder just hit
Award-winning features of our checking.
on the SPY. Same as SPX. Maybe a little not right shoulder yet. Thinking about buying a put here. What do you think about that, Magnificent? Should I buy a put? So I'm going to show you another snack. This snack comes from Best Choice. Home-style garlic butter flavored croutons. And I'm out of coffee. Marley, your boobs are too big for this show. Looks like Kevin Hickey's about 5 years younger since he's been working with her. Now she's got the funny eyes. Let's see if he does it this time. Nope, they're open. Hers are closed. His are barely closed. Barely open. $33.50. That's $3. Roxanne. Telephone. It bounced up. Now it definitely hit the shoulder line to a double top. 3 white soldiers. Over my wrist. Nobody take this trade with me. $73.50 puts. You can do it. You can do it. No, they're not going the right way. Double top, 3 white soldiers.
Ride this train to Pine Ridge, Mississippi. See that levee there? It's built to hold back the waters of Old Man River when he gets on a rampage. And he gets on a rampage, believe me. One of these days he's going to come right over that levee. We're going to have to head for the hills again. And you know how that levee was built, mister? Not with machines. It was built with elbow grease. They got the men off the farms, out of the houses, even out of the honky-tonks on Saturday night. I don't hardly know how it happened to me. It happens fast. I just remember I was in the Green Lantern in Natchez one Saturday night. And somebody pulled a knife and somebody threw the bottle. And the next thing I knew, I had a chain on my leg and a shovel in my hand. It seemed like the whole world come down on me. They whipped us like mules. When they did feed us, there's always a fight or a killing over who's going to get the biggest piece of meat. Of course, the boss man didn't care about the killings. That is, unless you killed a good worker, then you get killed. If you complain about anything, it's just liable to give you a chance to get away. You know what I mean? They take the chains off of your legs and beg you to run so they can shoot you. Bring a drink of water, Leroy. Bring a drink of water. No. If I could get to the mercy man, he'd give me some, I know. I got a gal in Vicksburg, Bertha is her name. Wish I was tied to Bertha instead of this
ball and chain. Going to Memphis. Going to Memphis.
A dude took all my money, wouldn't let me see the cards. I owe the boss about 100 years for sleeping in his backyard.
Going to Memphis. Yeah, going to Memphis.
Like a bitter weed, I'm a bad seed, but when that levy's through, and I am too, let the honky talk roll on.
Damn, yeah.
Come morning, I'll be gone.
I'm down $60. Going to Memphis.
I never been to Chicago, but it must be a mighty fine place. I couldn't get past Tennessee with Mississippi all over my face. I'm going to Memphis. Well, the freezing ground at night is my own folding bed. Poke salad is my bread and meat, and it will be till I'm dead. Well, I brought me a little water in a Mr. Prince Albert can, but the boss man caught me drinking it, and I believe he broke my hand.
Hey, I'm going to Memphis.
They all call me crazy for slashing Mr. Scott. My brother was killed for a deed I did, but I disremember what.
Going to Memphis.
Well, another boy is down. The shovel burned him out. Let me stand on his body to see what the shouting's about.
Oh, I'm going to Memphis. Yeah. Going to Memphis.
I'm a bad seed, but when the levy's through, and I am too, let the honky talk roll on. Come morning, I'll be gone. I'm going to Memphis. Yeah.
Going to Memphis. Yeah. I'm down $40 on this trade. I don't know what to do. I'm going to Memphis. Yeah. I think I need to sell it. Can't go against the Bulls right there. Magnificent.
We were looking for something around 50 to 52
Come on.
billion. It came in 53.7 billion, 21% year-over-year increase. Big numbers.
Uber.
Some of this for Uber, I've got the stock up about 8%. It's a bit of a relief rally because it had struggled with just uncertainty about their future. They've got deliverables, Marley. They've got to get cars to compete with a future robo-taxi without drivers. So You know, they've got things they've got to get done in the future. It looks like there's some relief here as they're well on their way to doing it. And meanwhile, the business is holding up.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think you brought up a great point there. We heard from William Blair today saying exactly that. Uber's core business is clear. Its health is solid. They maintain their outperform rating for a quarter of accelerating growth in mobility delivery and in total bookings. But like you said, that autonomous, that's the key there that everybody's watching. Any updates there, Kevin? Really.
CNBC was talking this morning about AI and jobs. Like, oh, they're scared to death. It's going to take all the jobs away. So Uber CEO came in there and started talking smack about good things about Uber, and they were talking bad about the autonomous car. I said, well, I might want a driver, Becky Quick says. You know, there's situations where you might want to have a driver. Guitar was one of them, some other place. Yeah, I think I got to get out of this. I figured we'd have a little dip. But no. So I went small, very small. Or I could add a bunch. It might be a good idea. No. Don't even do it. Just leave it alone. Maybe I can get going to Memphis. So they were kind of not too encouraged by Uber, but these people were they're all flabbergasted. I think last week there was another rape in an Uber car. Something happened. Uber driver faced significant risk, including violent crimes like armed robbery. That's 22. I think I heard something. Just oh, it's this. Oh, that was in February. There it is. Uber driver charged as an immigrant. Uber driver charged with sexual assault. Arvada police asked additional victims to come forward. Uber driver has been arrested after allegedly sexually assaulting a woman and driving her to the business in another city. So I don't trade the stock, and I don't get excited about it. Javier Delgado Cordaba, 29, turned himself into the Jefferson County Jail on Monday on sexual assault warrants. Last year, Governor Jared Polis voted a bill that would require regular background checks of rideshare drivers and would ban drivers convicted of certain crimes. So that's that. I got to get out of this trade. It ain't doing me no good.
but I'll send things back over to Molly in Chicago with our next guest.
Thanks so much, Sam. Joining us now here in our Chicago headquarters is Jillian Delsignore, the head of retail and wealth strategy at NASDAQ Indexes. Jillian, great to have you back with us. Now, every time that you're here, we talk about this rise of active ETFs, and we've had several guests on talking about how they're seeing their products rise in active management, and now they're making up more than half of the launches that we're seeing. When did active truly go mainstream? Because I know we've been talking about it a bit because you cover the trends, but I'm talking about it more and more now with our guests.
Absolutely. It's interesting. I was going to say, dare I say mainstream? I think we do say mainstream. So far this year, there's been over 800 launches. 56 of them, to your point, over 50% have been active. March, if you look at flows in March, so we've seen about $620 billion in flows year to date across the industry. 90% of March flows were active. So I think it's a couple things that we're seeing. That was a shift. You think about what was happening geopolitically in March. There was a lot of uncertainty. We saw a lot of shifting into fixed income and income. So I think that's driving a lot of what we're seeing by way of development, by way of flows. Not saying that we're not seeing traditional active managers make way here. You have the likes of Capital Group, JP Morgan, Dimensional. They're all there and they're present. But you're seeing, when you see these big shifts into things like fixed income and income, those really do continue to drive a lot of the flows that we're seeing. But I really think it's been over the last year, 2 years, where we've seen more of this start to really take hold by minds of all investors. Not just financial advisors who knew those traditional active managers, but all investors are really gravitating towards these tools.
And with active capturing such a large share of flows, particularly in March, do you view that as more of a structural shift, or is that potentially more tied just to this current macro backdrop that we have right now?
I think March was a bit of I think it was a lot tied to the macro backdrop. We saw a lot of interesting things happen in March by way of flows, active being one of them, because again, a lot of what you see by way of active ETFs come in the form of fixed income. They were some of the first active ETFs were fixed income ETFs, and investors have shown a preference for active and fixed income. So you definitely see a tie there. I think it is definitely indicative of a broader trend, but March I feel like was more tied. That 90% number was more tied to the backdrop.
And with most of the flows being driven by fixed income or these income-oriented strategies, what does that tell you about sentiment right now?
Yeah, it's interesting. So we saw over the course of the first quarter, sort of January, February were decent, right? March, we really tanked out. April has been a complete reversal. So if we were to take it through the lens of something like the NASDAQ 100, for example, you are seeing, like, over the course of the first quarter, something like a QQQ. You're seeing investors flee, right, in mass. There were significant outflows in March in particular, a bit of a reversal in April, still on the negative for the year. The NASDAQ 100 really showing itself as able to feed the appetite of investors regardless of the structure. So you see something like the Qs and massive outflows showing itself as a trading vehicle and really representing sentiment, negative and positive in the market. And then you have something like QQQM, which is showing itself as something that sits more at the core of portfolios. So the NASDAQ 100 being in inflows, right? $3 billion in the first quarter, $3 billion in April. We're really seeing the NASDAQ 100 being able to serve all sorts of investors and making its way into the core of portfolios in really significant ways. And that's not even to say you have futures, options, index funds, you name it. So this real ecosystem starting to develop and being able to show sentiment across the market.
And so as you look at that, does that signal to you, because I know you follow the trends so very carefully here, that investors are still very committed to the NASDAQ 100, they're just expressing it differently now?
So I think they're very committed to the NASDAQ 100, and because of the different ways you can access it, again, ETFs aside, futures, options, index funds, separate accounts, we're starting to see investors look at the NASDAQ 100 as a true core to their portfolio. So yes, we're seeing sentiment expressed by large institutional investors, right, looking at the liquidity of something like a QQQ. And you see that with other large equity indexes as well, right? It really is a capital markets vehicle at this point. But you're really starting to see anecdotally, and then of course in the numbers, you're seeing investors look at the NASDAQ 100 at a core of a portfolio and sticking with it, looking at something like the $3 billion in the first quarter and $3 billion in April in inflows in the face of such volatility really starts to show us that it's sitting at that core of a portfolio.
And we're also seeing in the notes that you sent over a huge growth in options-based ETFs that are tied to the NASDAQ 100. And I'd love to get your thoughts on what's driving that. I had a guest on the other day on Trading 360 who said the income is back in fixed income, and they are starting to see a lot of movement, not just into ETFs, but also these options-based ETFs. Yes. And so is what's driving that, and if you feel differently, his argument was it's about income generation, but then I had a guest on yesterday from Convexitas saying that it was really about taking advantage of the volatility that we have right now.
Yep.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. So the interesting thing about the NASDAQ 100, and I will quickly get over my skis talking options. I have other folks on my team that are well more suited. However, I can tell you about the observations that we have there that I do believe are
Man, I'm
leading to,
tired.
The preference, if you will, if I may be so bold, for
Who's gonna go out and
for
eat?
the NASDAQ 100 linked strategies. Not exclusively, but primarily. So across our suite within NASDAQ indexes, we have about $9 billion linked to NASDAQ 100 across the options-based suite. And what we see is that because the NASDAQ 100 inherently has a higher volatility than some of the other US equity indexes that these products are linked to, that will get you a higher premium and therefore a higher income. So investors are privy to that. And so you are seeing a preference for those types of strategies with the NASDAQ 100, and we're seeing significant flows. We've talked about it a ton, but something like a QQQI, I feel like every time I sit down with you, it's raised multiple more billions. And in fact, it has 12 billion in 2 years, and others certainly continuing to keep up pace. But investors have seen that juicier premium that they can get off the NASDAQ 100, and it's leading to flows.
And what does that tell you about how investors are thinking about risk right now?
So I think many investors are still very risk averse given what we're seeing as a backdrop, particularly in March. Yes, there was a reversal in April, but there's still a lot of uncertainty going on in the markets. What's interesting though is I think the way that they're looking at these strategies is a way to capture some upside of markets, but also clip a very nice coupon. And so they've been able to make their way, in some cases, into the cores of portfolios as well as a way to get that equity exposure while also getting a nice stream of income.
And we always talk about themes too whenever you're here, and crypto is often one, and a lot of these hype trades and these, you know, the top narrative theme or the story-driven theme. Are we still seeing that type of investment styles or leading the way? Or are we moving back to fundamentals?
I think it's the latter. So it used to be thematics as the story, right? I believe in the story. I'm going to invest in the story. I think investors, all types of investors, institutions, advisors, retail, they are looking more at fundamentals. It's, take example, sort of AI enablers, as we call them. So you've got semiconductors, power grids, infrastructure. People are looking for actual earnings. And so you're seeing things like grid, for example. It's the First Trust NASDAQ Clean Edge Smart Grid Infrastructure Strategy, or ETF. It's seen over $3 billion in inflows, not because of the story, because of the earnings, right? So investors are really getting privy to that, and they're not just looking for a fun story to invest in, they're actually looking for earnings to back that up.
This was somehow the first interview I've done, and I didn't even quantify how long, where we didn't say AI. Oh, yeah. So next time we'll talk about AI. But Jillian, it has been great to have you with us. Thank you for bringing this for us to take a look at in the ETF space. Always appreciate it. Jillian Delsignore from NASDAQ Indexes, and I'll send it over to Sam in New York.
Thanks, Marley. Well, coming up next, we will take the pulse of earnings season, where the economy could be headed if the Iran war ends, and what areas of the market can still be opportunities with stocks at record highs. That's coming up next on Market on Close.
We've got 70 cents. I made it back. We're at 85. At 80. Oh, I gotta leave. Shit. Shoot. Didn't get much sleep last night.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends, so neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour.
I'm Diane King Hall on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are live with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden alongside Sam Bottis in New York. Shares of Supermicro rallying today after a mixed earnings report, but it issued strong guidance above the estimates. That move higher can also be attributed to a recovery in gross margin.
Strong guidance.
9%, which was up from 6.3% in the prior quarter. We had a lot of positive earnings movers today, and it was a great day to have the word micro in your name. There are top performers on the S&P 500. Supermicro up more than 24%. Advanced Micro Devices, AMD, up 18% right now. Disney up more than 7%. Uber trading 9% higher, and Novo Nordisk, which I'll talk to you about a little bit later in the show, trading almost 3% higher. I do want to welcome in our next guest, though, and bring Sam back into the conversation. Joining us now, Matt Miskin, the co-chief investment strategist at John Hancock Investment Management. Thank you so much, Matt, for being with us today. Now, you have called this a shockingly good earnings season, and what do you think is driving this level of upside that we're seeing versus what was already good expectations?
Yeah, I think we're in a semiconductor super cycle for the history books. The AI investment, I mean, we all knew about this. You just talked in the prior interview, like we didn't say AI for once, and it's like, oh, great. You thought that the AI movement was already priced in, and these earnings are just blowing away expectations. But it's not just AI. There's actually 11 sectors with positive earnings growth year over year. Now, a lot of it does tie back into the AI investment, but financials had great earnings growth. We saw industrials blow away earnings estimates. So we're tracking 28% earnings growth year over year. The original estimate was 13%. This is the best earnings season I think I've ever seen in my career relative to expectations. 85% beat rate. So the market,
and they weren't saying it's going to be like that.
The stock market is like in nirvana right now, just loving this strong earnings engine we're seeing. Multiples are a bit stretched, the momentum looks stretched, and sentiment looks stretched. But for now, we're loving the fundamentals as strong as they are.
Yeah, the market certainly loves it, Matt. And as you say, it's not just about AI either. I mean, yes, it might have something to do with AI, but if you take a look at, say, Disney and Uber, I mean, that's telling us a lot about the consumer. It's like what war, what high gas prices, and then you've got a name like Novo, which Marley just highlighted as well. I mean, that's really on just weight loss demand. So how long can it last, do you think? I mean, how sustainable is it?
Yeah, so right now the U.S. economy is on a basic sugar rush. We just injected about as much as $600 billion in fiscal stimulus. So the one big beautiful bill that passed last year really came into the economy and trickled through it here in the first quarter. And really it was basically April. So tax refunds were up year over year. That helped provide some stimulus. We've got accelerated CapEx. So you can now depreciate investment faster. So that's pulling forward demand. That's in essence stimulus. Now you've got refunds of the tariffs that were, deemed
80 cents. Come on, baby.
Back to the companies. That's as much as $160 billion. So all of a sudden there's this windfall, but to us this is a bit of a sugar rush. Into the next couple quarters, we're going to feel the higher gas prices. It's like a tax, and we think that's going to be a bit of a headwind to the consumer. It is very bifurcated.
Let's get to the 63.
Consumer. And into the next couple of quarters, the estimates are that it gets more
one big fat candle
between companies. So basically, the tech sector still forecasts to see booming earnings growth, but even that decelerates in the back half, and then a lot of the other sectors decelerate too. I do think this kind of earnings growth is unsustainable at 30% per year, quarter over quarter every time. But as we look into next year, into the next couple of quarters, we think you're going to have to move up in quality, find higher return on equity companies, and quality stocks could actually take on more of a leadership role after being some of the biggest underperformers here in the first couple of months of the year.
And with Matt, what you just highlighted there and the potential for inflation and some of the ripple effects that we're going to start to see showing up in the coming quarters here, you still describe the U.S. economy as on some of the strongest footing globally. So what's driving that resilience there?
Yes,
AI
spending is a big part of it, but also the United States is energy independent, and we are an exporter.
Marley, you have no room to talk, honey.
Oil, so it does help us on a relative basis. You look at the Eurozone, GDP grew in the first quarter at 0.1%. And the economic
You're the one bad-mouthing the economy.
has come in relative to expectations, just hit -70. The U.S. was rising to +20. Asia is doing pretty well, but it's isolated in the tech space. So whether it's Japan, whether it's South Korea, whether it's Taiwan, you're looking at 3 companies in basically emerging markets that are driving majority of the returns. In Europe, it's a lot of financials that are doing well. What are the financials invested in? U.S. tech stocks. So a lot of it is the broader wealth effect coming from equities doing well that are helping global markets do well. But we are still seeing the U.S. of the best economically and from an earnings engine standpoint.
So then, Matt, if the economy is on pretty solid footing, at least for now, and the consumer is holding up and still going to Disney and spending lots of money and still delivering for, or I should say, ordering food delivery and doing what they do, filling the front of the plane, etc., and these tech companies are able to keep borrowing and spending like they are, where does that leave the Fed?
That's the tricky part. And this is the biggest debate we have as a team, because right now you're looking at
85 cents.
Building.
Should I sell it?
Ask these companies, prices paid. How is your price component of all the inputs you buy? And they're saying this is about as bad as it gets. The producer price index has been shooting up. But there are some good things. So new home sale prices just came out yesterday. They were down about 8% month over month in March. Housing is not showing much inflation at all. And actually the long end going up as of late, the 10-year yield
Not showing any inflation at all.
And mortgage rates going
That's the way I see it.
helps anchor housing prices. Housing and shelter make up 35%
Thank you very
of
much.
CPI, and specifically core. So the Fed tries to look at core inflation. Housing is the biggest part of that. The other thing that's not showing much inflation, the jobs market. We're not getting a ton of wage growth. This is not a super tight labor market. We got JOLTS data, it declined again. And really, even the EDP report that came out this morning that beat 60,000 jobs of the 100,000, healthcare. If you take out healthcare jobs, this jobs market isn't that good. So the Fed right now is on kind of this teetering act, or walking a tightrope, trying to not be too dovish, not be too hawkish. And we think it's going to be tricky, but in the end of the year, we think we get one cut. But the Fed actually might have to be hawkish for now, try to temper some of this inflation while they can. And in the back half, if this sugar rush comes off, if some of the stimulus comes away, we think they can cut again, but just very modestly into the end of the year.
So you're pricing in one cut before the end of the year, but we're seeing the bond market try to do some of the Fed's work for it and essentially pricing out cuts at this point. How are you looking at that?
They were using the bond market as a fear factor yesterday, too. If you remember, they were all worried about the bonds. And I said, Dan, I'm not worried about the bonds. Marley. I swear to God, these people don't know nothing. This guy makes sense. Everybody haven't talked about Make America Great stimulus package that they all put in, and all them companies that are coming over and putting them trillions of dollars in our economy. Had like 18 trillion in business deals. Like I said, he said it. He said exactly what I said. I've been more bullish now than I've ever been since I've been trading. Ever. And he's the only one that's got enough guts to get on here and say that. This is the bullish market I've ever seen in my trading career. No one else is saying it.
That rewards any progress being made on peace talks and not necessarily punishing or pulling back a huge amount on the escalation.
Oh, shut up. Why didn't they talk like this when we were in all them wars under Biden? 10 of them. Same thing with Obama. He attacked 7 countries. Bombed 7 countries. Maybe because he's black, I bet. Which I don't really, I don't think that way, but that's the way they were acting back then. Not trying to be racist or nothing. But they didn't want their first one to fail. They thought Kamala had it in the bag too, or Hillary, because she's a woman.
Here to go. We still got other things we got to get through, and so it doesn't.
Wall Street. I mean, everybody in Wall Street had Hillary picked. Everyone, all of them. And when she lost in a landslide, they were just like, "Damn, we got to take this market for a bit." It didn't last long. There's the handshake. Jimmy got out and look at the bounce. New high. Well. Gotta go down and lock the door here in a second. Vulnerable. It looked like the Golden Gate. Golden Gate Bridge. The real reason, this is a good, the real reason English cucumbers come wrapped in plastic. English cucumbers are wrapped in plastic to protect their thin, delicate skin during transit. Keeping the plastic on it helps prevent dehydration, extends the freshness by up to a week. Unlike other cucumbers, their skin is edible. Huh. I eat the skins on cucumbers. What are you saying? So peeling is not necessary when preparing them. It kind of grosses me out now. I put skinned cucumbers in my salad every day. I thought you could eat the skins. Yes, cucumber skins are fully edible, nutritious, and safe to eat, providing fiber, potassium, and vitamins A and K, leaving the skin on boost nutritional value, including antioxidants, and silica from skin nail health. For best results, wash thoroughly and remove wax or dirt. Some prefer to peel the thicker skin ones. With the skins, you got 41% daily value versus without skin, you have a 17%. Marley.
Some serious energy. We had a pullback, a brief sideways consolidation here between two symmetrical triangular lines, and then we had a push to the upside. The hope is if you're trying to make a play on this type of pattern, that it will eventually cross above those initial highs and continue on to the upside. Right now we are just on the precipice here. We are right in line with those old intraday highs. So quite an interesting setup here as we head into earnings, which can be a make or break point here. When we look at our moving averages, our 5-day EMA in dark blue lining up pretty much exactly with that trend line. 217 is around where that one comes in right now. That gives us a pretty convenient potential breaking point to look out for, especially because it also matches up pretty closely with our old close, our worst close here that we had before our gap down. Now we can also see that RSI, our measure of momentum, even though we are making a lower
daily
high above our previous peak here, while price is making a higher close, at least on pace for one, we are back in the overbought area after this reset. So a bit of a mixed signal here. Momentum is still quite strong heading into this earnings event. So when we do think about our volume profile study next here, the bulk of our trading activity in the near term comes in around here, 195 to 212. Those are the obvious areas to watch out for potential support because they also line up with the ranges of our pullback. But the bulk of our serious trading activity all the way down here.
Yeah, he's right.
Again,
it's overbought.
Spike today though. So when we have these volume spikes, volume at least 50% above the 50-day moving average, it can signal high conviction on the part of traders in this move, which already was quite extended, but you know.
I did say previously, and I've been saying it for quite a bit, ever since I called the bottom, that once this war is settled, we were going to get a big boom. And I think we got it. But the weekly looks overbought. You got to gap up into earnings. Oh, they did have earnings already. It sounded like he said they didn't. Wow. I don't know what to say. I really don't. On the hour, we can go to 244, a little bit lower. And support's around 230 for now. We got a head and shoulders resistance. Gosh, 250. This thing could get to 250. There's the 200s again. 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200. Resistance at the 200. 200 EMA and SMA. There's the 63. And IWM on all of them. SPY and the SPX and the QQQ. Yeah, I'd be bullish. I don't know. Look at that breakout just now. George, 10 more minutes. We've got a quad top on IWM.
misread that, but it's interesting they haven't actually come out and named the tenant for the AI facility, but it doesn't matter because the street seems to like it anyway. And I was looking around at what the analysts had to say about this as well. I mean, they seem to think that it's further validation of basically this transition here into more of a development model. At least that's what the folks over at Piper Sandler seem to think. I'm just wondering, what other sort of commentary you've seen out about this one.
Well, I think the commentary is broader based. I've talked about several of these companies like Cipher Mining. We talked about TeraWulf itself, also symbol WULF. It's higher fractionally today. All these names are higher off of the late March, early April lows, so that's been a huge catalyst. But that's just the case for, this small group of hardware stocks, and of course data center-based names, and that includes, whether it's companies that make air conditioning systems for these data centers, also companies that make CPUs like Intel, AMD, Qualcomm, ARM, which is going to be reporting earnings. And even, of course, the memory manufacturers and storage groups, Micron, Western Digital. So, they're all moving together. So I think in general, there's so much macro pull on these names, just moving them higher, just because the percent of total non-residential investment spending of our country is huge right now for data centers. So you have to keep in mind, this company's still not making any money, but it doesn't matter, to be honest with you right now, because there's so much money being poured into these areas just from the major hyperscalers, which of course, many of them are not performing well, like Microsoft, Oracle, even Meta Platforms is down. So we can presume, that Meta is somewhere involved in this mix, spending quite a bit of money, maybe even Amazon. So I can't say specifically who a tenant is, major customers are, but competitors include CoreWeave as well.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, up 33% right now for hot. Really appreciate the details, George. Thanks so much for that. Molly, I'll back over to you in Chicago for now. Thanks to Sam and George. We are nearing the end of our market session. Kevin Green will be joining us to break down the levels he's watching on the S&P 500. Plus, we have earnings on the way. We'll get reports from ARM Holdings, DoorDash, and AppLovin. That's next on Market on Close.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe.
Very bullish market.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab
Triple bottom off the 63.
Over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading.
My gosh.
No matter the hour.
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock.
Make or break.
Being short to near-term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network.
Where's Mr. Allen? Where's Green? Kevin.
Sometimes,
Sometimes you just can't cook a good pizza. And all them people that were calling the major pullback, I wonder if they took their trades like they said they were going to do. Okay, well, another good day. There's Kevin finally showing up late. Too bad, Kevin. Well, I've got to go and lock a door. So I will catch you all later. Again, I want to thank everybody for helping out in the room. Seems like we're getting along pretty good. Yes, sir, French eyes. So we'll catch you all tomorrow.